money talks. So he's taking rooms at the Jack of Diamonds, which is a pub down the road that we can go down to. And he's gonna talk to us. No, we do have the opportunity here to ask our boss some questions. Who was that man that went
about something else?
What do you? Can I write about something else? You don't want to know about the man?
It's a classic
who plummeted.
freelancer complaint.
Do you want to know about the man who plummeted to his death?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. It's just a rabble-rouser.
I guess that's a slightly different kind of perspective to have, you know, to see the Western from the perspective of like a journalist, a writer, rather than just another gunslinger. It doesn't tend to end well for writers in cowboy films.
It doesn't, does it? No.
Richard Harris gets quite a rough go of it in Unforgiven.
Well, I can ask him if we want to write about something else.
Yeah,
I'm pretty confident he's going to say no, but it's not. It isn't creatively satisfying. You want to write? Oh, see, this is the harsh reality of journalism.
Yeah.
It's a life lesson. Nobody's reading it, Matthew. This is actually.
Oh
I mean, we've
God.
said a couple of times this is very much like Rocket Shotgun.
Spit close to the bone,
Isn't it?
in the modern age of games journalism. Creativity.
It's like
Out with you. I need 10 Rosewater guides by this evening.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Oh, wait a minute. Where does he know us from, Matthew? Spitfire Harley.
Do you think she's got a secret violent past?
I think she does have a secret past. In 32 at Wellesley Hall in the Chum.
Oh,
So Harley
a boxer.
took out a Bruce, yeah. Like watching David bring down Goliath.
Wonder if I'll get to do some fisticuffs.
But that was indeed another life, Matthew.
All right.
She is now a freelance journalist. Thank you very much, Colin. So apparently, the exclusive audience here at EGX, who were watching us Rosewater, it's now not just you. The people, loads of people around the world watching us live on EGX Twitch channel. Millions, I believe. So hello, if you're just joining us on the internet, we are playing. I'm Colin Mahern, Matthew Castle.
You join a crowd of thousands. That roar of approval was for us that you just heard.
It was
that
indeed,
wasn't
yeah.
from the fighting tournament stage.
We might have to reinforce the fences here because people are fighting to get onto the stage.
There's
It's
too
getting
many.
a little bit hot under the collar. But yeah, we're playing Rosewater, which is an adventure game from a
I like that
developer.
there's literally a man in the crowd looking at our seats, sort of going, "No, what? What are they talking about? Don't be ridiculous."
Right, do you want to go talk to Jake?
I do
Ackerman?
want to. Is there any way to have a fist fight in this?
What that would be telling, Matthew. You'll see. Maybe later on. But now we can just have a look at items, and there is.
I think everyone wants to see someone get punched.
Well, if you want to see somebody get punched, then I will leave.
That's what we're all about.
I'll leave Jones' place.
Did you ever play the Indiana Jones and Fate of Atlantis?
I didn't.
Because you could, in that, there was a path through the game where you could go around decking everyone, basically. It was a point-and-click game with lots of punching, also.
Well, yeah, there isn't. I'd be lying if I said there was lots of punching in this, but
There's not lots of punch. We don't oversell it.
there is an element of punching in this. Now there's Queen Elizabeth II, who is looking for some butterscotch sweets. And she's off. That's it. No sweets. Forget this place. She's going downtown to a Tesco Express. So this Jack Ackerman guy is apparently in the saloon.
Yeah, let's do it.
So you can do the classic double.
If anyone's going to get thumped, it'll be in a saloon.
I do enjoy the freaky Rolling Stone lifts as well. Off limits. Upstairs is off limits to the public. Right, how are we going to tackle this, Matthew? But I need
Out
to
of
speak
my
with
way.
Out of my way, just straight up. Get out of my way,
Oh,
or I
yeah,
will
here we
punch
go.
you. Pipsqueak, classic.
This
No
is what
need to
people
take
want.
that, Toad.
That's what I want.
This guy doesn't want any trouble. Jake's upstairs getting ready for a show. Starts in less than an hour. So he wants us to come back to watch Jake's show, even though we have to interview him. It's not ideal, but I suppose we'll have more questions to ask Jake then. Trust me, it's a real dazzler, he says. All right.
Oh.
So I guess we're leaving. There is no punching yet, Matthew. Someone will get their comeuppance though.
I'm getting restless for this punching.
You know what? Let's continue walking around town and see.
Check out that guy's coat.
I can see there's a figure at the back there.
Oh, yeah.
Now this guy, this is the fella who greeted us in Rosewater. You again. So,
Yeah, that's,
yes, he said, yeah, you still.
let's do it.
Yes, I am?
Yeah.
Yeah. You bet your scrawny ass I am. So this guy is Gentleman Jake's brother. So we could say he's your brother. You just walked away when your brother got caught.
Yeah.
You've got good self-preservation instincts.
Guess the middle option, fat sounds most aggressive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stirring him up.
Getting a little bit testy between these two.
I know where this is going.
So this man, obviously a shifty, shady character,
Yeah.
won't stand up for his brother. But he apparently is doing a legitimate job. What job? Yeah, what job? Let's find out what job he's doing. So he, apparently not a snake oil salesman, he's selling tickets to his brother's show. 20 coppers. Money that we don't have.
Right.
So,
This hasn't escalated how I hope it was going to escalate.
it's escalated into bargaining. Let's see.
To politely buying a ticket, which is as far from punching someone in the face as you can get.
But I think if we follow this through, he will eventually offer us a ticket. Fingers crossed. I think he does. I just need to speak with Jake. So we
Okay.
just need to level with this guy. That we're
Yeah.
doing an interview piece on him, a profile piece on his brother. Just want to talk to this Jake fellow. So he's still keen to get us. Oh, he might be able to sneak us in quiet like. He's putting his job on the line, but I thought he was kind of self-employed, so I'm not. I suppose his brother employs him. Anyway. So he wants us to do a small favor, which is where you will see some kind of adventure game goodness. He wants us to retrieve something for him. His Paz pocket watch.
Are we going to punch the guy with the pocket watch?
Yeah, you'll see.
I'm serious, Cullen. This demo, it really better end with someone getting punched in the face.
There will be punching. Don't worry, there will be punching.
Yeah.
That was the less successful follow-up to There Will Be Blood. So anyway, yeah, he's asking us, are we going to steal the watch? We can offer him a bribe. With money, I don't think we have, or do we? I don't think we do. Where's your brother now? This sounds like a matter for the law. I'll do it, but only to get in. I'm not doing you any favors. Let me in or else. Let me in or else. I don't think we can get punchy with this man. No, maybe we can. I thought we'd move past that. Think again. Let me in or you're going to be sorry. No, I think that's it. Oh, no, we can actually punch him. You want to punch him?
Yeah. Do I want to punch him?
Not interested. Boom. Get a bit of that. So I didn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of unfolded as I thought it might happen.
Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
So
I've seen a cartoon cowboy get punched in the face.
So I, when playing the demo, didn't do that. Oh look, shall we heckle, or does that set a bad precedent for the millions in attendance? Let's heckle. Let's
get on with it already.
But this obviously is pretend. Please don't heckle. That would be quite a shame. I think when the game says bastard, we're allowed to also say bastard. But what we're doing here anyway is watching Gentleman Jake's show, Gentleman Jake Ackerman. It's quite a good sort of...
I like that some people genuinely left after the guy got punched. It's like, oh yeah, that's it, we've seen it. We've seen a cowboy get punched in the face. We've had our fill. See ya.
Little do they know the level of punching that's coming up.
Really?
It's quite astounding,
So
yeah.
the people who remain are going to get to see some real punching.
I mean, and even some interactive-ish punching as well.
What a treat.
No, we just get to watch a lovely show.
Yeah. It's quite a long demo.
It's good. It's sort of like it's a little bit like a Western Britain's Got Talent. Cowboys Got Talent. Look at this.
Oh, this is all right.
He's teaching his audience how to rope a steer.
I feel like these cowboys are doing the heavy lifting for us.
100%. You better believe
Literally
it.
taking your hand off the mouse.
Oh, hang on.
Keep heckling.
Heckle. You couldn't rope a steer if it invited itself in for dinner. I mean, if somebody heckled us with that, you're allowed to say that. Your audience, millions in attendance, you're allowed to heckle us with whatever we heckled Jake Ackerman. The bastard crashed down with a thud.
This is it.
See, this guy's a hero.
Heckle.
Heckle again, obviously. You sure you didn't just bore him to death? Yeah, actually, don't say that one. That would be quite hurtful if he said that to us.
That's it. Time to calm the hecklers with some juggling.
What'd you say?
Time to calm the hecklers with some juggling.
So what do you think he's going to do here? What's Jake going to... What are you thinking? What impressive feat is Jake...
Throw a knife at it?
He's a cowboy. With a single bullet, he's going to pluck that green ball from the air.
This is how Indies Uncovered ends today as well.
Look at that.
For people who stick around to the end.
Oh, there's more punching. Let's heckle.
Oh.
I think that's it.
Well,
That's their show, not our show, yes.
No, not quite.
But I agree with everything he's saying there. You are all of that as well. So now he's done the show. We're going to go back to the Jack of Diamonds to chat to Gentleman Jake. Now, because we knocked out the other guy, we did sort of miss. But it does show you that the level of choice in this game, I guess. If we had gone to get him the pocket watch, there's a little lock-picking mini-game.
Okay.
Howdy, ma'am. Are you Harley Ledger? Who's asking?
Is this the punching?
Oh. Responsible for the condition of his brother over there. Right, you see, yeah. I didn't do any of this.
Go and play the demo, make different choices to us.
Yeah.
And see, like, the other side of the demo.
I'm not sure what the sheriff is going to do with us now.
That's quite nice.
Oh, no. Are we under... Oh, no. Now, the problem with this... 2 assaults in one day. Is it a full moon or something? But yeah, the kid got what he deserved.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But as I say, sadly, when I was playing the demo beforehand, I didn't do this. So I wonder how long it'll take me to get out of the cell. Hopefully not too long.
So you didn't beat him up in your demo?
I didn't, no. I went and got him the pocket watch. So this, our friend in the cell here, they'd said we roughed up the other guy. Now, do we want to be nasty to this person because they could be of benefit to us? Or do you want to just continue being nasty to everyone we come across?
Well, I don't think it's nasty. We're just trying to get out of the cell as quickly as possible, right?
But do you want to say...
Let's just shut the conversation down.
All right. refreshing to see some. Oh, okay, they appreciated our
It resonated. That's good.
assuredness. Lola Johnson. Now I do know that the sheriff does have a little bag of picks alongside them that hopefully I'll be able to get my hands on.
So has it got like a lock-picking game?
Yes, it does have a lock-picking minigame, yeah. Although, maybe Jake is going to break us out? It seems like he is.
Let's do it.
Maybe he was impressed with our aggressiveness. So he was expecting us to be taller. Are you here to gloat? Same to you. Oh, good, I'm supposed to interview you. A glare.
Yeah, of course.
A simple glare. Strong silent type. I can respect that. Uh-oh. Why is he here? Oh, he's here to get us out. All right, grand. Should you be telling me this with the sheriff right there? I said I'd get you out, not bust you out. So he's just going to pay the man.
Oh.
Jake's a high roller. But yeah, this is, I should say as well, so this doesn't have a release date yet. It is coming soon. But if you download the, if you go to play the demo yourself here, you can download it on Steam after, and you can just choose different options to us, and you'll see something entirely different. Because, as I say, I'm seeing things that I didn't see when I played the demo beforehand.
It's one of those games that's better consumed in with headphones on.
Not in a a show floor. Yes, indeed, it is. But yeah, there isn't voice acting now. There will be in the final game, but you do get to hear some good Western saloony music. But the problem is, when we knocked out the other guy, we missed the big fight.
We're not going to have a big fight.
Or does it have? It might, do you know what? It might not actually happen in a minute. We'll see. You said you weren't going to beat around the bush. So we're going to
has it actually got like a combat system?
No, it doesn't. You can interact with an object in the bar to knock somebody out.
Oh, okay.
Well, as a combat, like you can pick up a bottle and fling it at somebody's head.
Well, the second best thing to seeing video game violence is being told that it exists.
So this guy is he's impressed with our punching skills. So he's gonna bring us on a little job with him. This guy Clark's got a fortune, and we have to go after it. The three of us. Pretty good, pretty good. Now again, this part of the game, quite wordy, and the words are good. I will say that. Just because I'm going through them, don't think they are not. So on this job, we're saying, what if this is all a wild goose chase that gets us killed? Or we can say we don't trust Jake. Or we can be sarcastic. Sarcastic? Sarcastic.
Sounds great.
Hopefully he's able to read our sarcasm. How could I not be convinced?
So you are going to be doing quite traditional cowboy-y stuff.
It seems like it, yeah, in the final game.
It's not quite the Richard Harrison Unforgiven simulator it initially set itself up to be.
It does shift, yes, indeed. Well, I mean, once you start punching, like, for any aspiring journalists out there, I would say, like, don't punch people. So I think, like, once you lay hands on people, you're probably going to be doing cowboy stuff. They don't give a crap about people like us. So he's just going through. This guy Clark, he's got a load of money, and essentially we're going to get it. Pretty good with my pistols. So this Ackerman's little friend here. So he's talking about we could either still write the little profile piece, or we can join this guy and become a cowboy. So either we can say,
let's do
okay,
it.
I'll go with you, I'm in, but no funny business, or I'll quit.
Let's just plow on. Go with it.
All right, I'm in. Pleased to hear you say that. You won't regret this. And sadly,
That's the end of Rosewater.
That's
we didn't get to the mega punching that we promised.
well, we didn't because we punched the other guy. If we hadn't punched the other guy, then you would have seen some punching. But if you want to, go play Rosewater yourself down that general direction. And I will say, when the guy asks you to find the pocket watch, go find the pocket watch, and then you'll be part of a big bar brawl, and also there'll be a lock-picking game as well. So more adventure game goodness, and it shows you how different choices in the game have different impacts. So yeah, that's Rosewater from a developer, Grundislav Games, and it is out soon. But yeah, go that general direction and you will be able to play it. So yes, Rosewater. It's very good.
A clap for
Very good.
Rosewater.
Clap for Rosewater.
And we're going to be playing another game in like 5 minutes, I think.
Yes. Yeah. If you then just wait around for another 5 minutes, and we are going to be playing a game called Silt from a developer called Spiral Circus, which is a cinematic 2D platformer, 2D swimmer. That's got you interested, hasn't it? Kind of in the vein of like a Limbo or an Inside. So yeah, come back 5 minutes time, and we'll be doing that. And also the EGX, I don't know where I talked to what camera, to the EGX people as well. About 5 minutes time, we'll be back. So yeah, thank you very much, and see you in 5 minutes. Bye. 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 I don't know if, yeah, bye, we've got.
I see. Is that still on? Has he turned the mics off? I think he has. I couldn't hear you at all.
What?
Couldn't hear you.
I couldn't hear you either. I made like the occasional
show. You can watch this on the stream. You are watching this on the stream, in fact. We're joined here by a crowd of thousands. You can't see them, but it's really impressive.
Tens of thousands.
They seem super engaged.
There's actually a queue. Well, the people at home can't see this, but there's a queue going around for us.
It's really impressive.
It really is.
I mean,
thank you very much, everyone.
And I really feel like the crowd has to stay here now for the duration. So So thank you for that. Thank you for committing to your next 20 minutes of watching an interesting indie game we have.
Yes, indeed. So we are going to play next a game called Silt.
Silt, as in the sediment at the bottom of rivers.
Well, kind of, yeah, because...
Well, I assume it is.
So this is from a developer called Spiral Circus. And in this game, you play as a diver.
Well, that makes sense.
Indeed. But...
It's a very enigmatic title, Silt.
Isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Well, this is... You'll see the game itself. It's quite... before, if you were watching beforehand, I compared it to a not Journey, wasn't it? Limbo or an Inside. It's like your 2D cinematic platformer, except there's no jumping in it. It's all swimming.
Wow. Colour me intrigued.
And you are.
Is it spooky? I mean, nothing is spooky in this environment.
No.
Because I can see a guy waving a lightsaber around.
I saw a T-Rex walking around the place earlier as well.
Somewhat deflates the tension of the situation. But that's the beauty of EGX.
Indeed, yeah. So I would say any sort of frights or even just unsettled bits of this game, everything's diffused by the shouting and the neon lights.
It's a bit of a sort of turn the light down, put on your headphones.
Yeah.
It's not a turn up the industrial event lighting, beam it out of speakers.
You're not going to get on the smart lighting and put on flashing. Like, this is, quite sedate. But there is some, like, when I was playing this demo before, when going through demos for EGX, this seems like a, what was the name of the game? Do you remember Abzu?
Oh, yeah.
So this is kind of like a more interactive Abzu. And I'll show you what I mean by that. And I suppose Abzu with more peril. Like, there are things that can actually kill you in this.
Right.
And that you should be...
Abzu's quite a chill, sort of.
Yeah.
Like a trip to the aquarium.
I mean, yeah, it's Abzu because it's underwater.
Oh, right. I see. We're at that level of analysis.
Correct.
In Indies Uncovered. If you've watched any of our previous Indies Uncovered streams before, you'll know that we use these to dig into some of the demos that are here at the show.
Correct.
If you are here at the show, you can go and play them. So I think some of these demos are available on Steam as well.
This one, I believe, isn't.
Okay. I probably shouldn't have talked about that.
But I'm not 100% sure.
Maybe it is. Maybe it'll be a pleasant surprise.
You are correct. Some are.
What's happening?
So, you are this diver here, chained to the ocean floor. How do you get out, Matthew?
What does start possession?
You possess the fishies. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So now, you're a little fish. You can swim about. And you can use your chompers.
Can you chomp on the diver? Can you chomp your master?
I believe. Let's try chomp our own bottom.
Can you bite your own ass?
People have paid good money to see that.
Oh, you can't.
Oh, it doesn't seem like I can. I thought you
can't bite the hand that, well, not feeds. The hand that...
Well, I feed myself.
Oh,
so
yes.
You know. Anyway, let's...
That has a pair of teeth on that piranha.
Doesn't it? So...
Well, that's kind of interesting.
Piranha got us out, and it's that throughout the demo. You'll see how it plays with you being able to possess different aquatic life, what that means for different puzzles.
Yeah.
It's not just piranhas. I don't think it's even just piranhas here, is it?
Quite a striking art style. It's not really what I expect. That's something sort of hand-drawn, sort of illustrated.
No, it's lovely. So now, we're
Are you
I suppose
controlling
it's a
all
school.
3 of those?
Yeah. This 3 strong school of fish, and so when
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, so hey, back off. Yeah, when you possess one fish, if another one eats it, you then become that fish. If another
Nice.
one ate that, then you would become that.
It's a little bit of there was an old lady who swallowed a fly. It's there was an old lady that swallowed a fly. The game, at last.
So you needed the small fish to swim up there, and now.
Oh, that's a bit more involved. I thought it was going to be a bit more sort of, just sort of floating through kind of dreamy landscapes.
Oh no, this is. Yeah, it is quite involved, and you can.
And you can munch. Wow, that really can chop through that chain.
Chop through this.
That'll eat through anything.
I'm sure that's enough to swim through, and yeah, stop possessing the piranha, and we can swim through. Jesus. Strong rope. Swim up here.
Oh, nice.
I think I can. Yeah.
Yes.
But it's so it is quite involved. Like
Yeah.
it's not as passive a game as you may think when you first see
I think
it.
sometimes these sort of cinematic platformers can be a bit like that. They're.
Oh, oh, great! Thank you very much. Whoever in the back changed the screen. It's very nice of you.
Sometimes they can be a bit they're more of like a contemplative sort of art experience rather than the deepest like mechanics.
Oh yeah. Well, like what they've done here, I'm trying to swim around this guy for a sec. What they've done here is take possession, but it is thanks very much. It's the aquatic life that you can possess that change how you interact with the world. So let me possess this big guy. And
What is that?
He can. I don't know.
Do you think this is set in like our world or a fantasy world? Like either because I'm not a big fish guy.
No.
No, but that doesn't look like any fish I've ever seen. Hammerhead Shark.
See, I wanted to say a hammerhead, but
It looks like a hammerhead with no skin, which is.
It's a little unsettling. Like you can, as this fish, you can't chomp on things, but you can headbutt stuff.
Oh yeah.
So then that clears that. But when you stop possessing fish, you do need to be wary of them because
They're like threats to you. And
so I've now let go of that. If I swim past him, it'll be okay. If I was kind of sticking close to him, he'd get a little bit bothered, and he'd eventually then headbutt the diver, which isn't terribly nice.
we should have got Nate from RPS to join us, because he knows all about
He'd
crustaceans, barnacles, and all the other.
He'd be well up in this fish. Oh no! Get back! See. So I wanted to show you how the animals that you fear can inflict pain.
Okay, that was on purpose.
That
then.
was intentional, correct? Yeah.
Okay.
Just to show it's a real threat out there in the deep blue sea. Right, so we have to start again. I'll get through this part as quick as I can.
Presumably you can possess them and swim them to out of harm's way.
Yeah, so what I'll do here, if I move this guy just...
Do you have a limit on how far you can swim them?
I think I do. I'll try out that theory in just a sec. Get past this guy. Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah, he's okay, he'll stay away. I just need to possess this one a little bit faster.
Yeah.
So...
Come on. Yes.
That'll do it. This guy, headbutt that. And then we can... Oh yeah, because he can't eat him. He just headbutts
Smashes
him.
his way through.
But we can use our possession. And now we're the piranha again. With the very handy... I'm trying to remember, can we do piranha on piranha violence?
So do you have to go back to your body and possess it, or...?
No, you can possess...
Oh,
yes.
look at that.
So I'm just... and we'll chomp. some of these chains or ropes or whatever they are again.
Well, that chomp the top of them as well.
From
Yeah,
the top.
yeah. That's it.
That'll do it. But just to make sure. Oh, right. Got to stop. Jeez. Right, we'll get away from that guy pretty quickly.
Nicely done. Pray for a checkpoint. That looks like a checkpoint.
Yeah, so when you move on to the next area, it will save. But within each area, within each screen, if you die, you do have to do it from the start.
How does it sound? Because we can't really hear it.
Can you not?
No.
All right.
Does it have a sort of an alien soundscape, or?
I'm trying to remember, to be honest.
Oh, good. Oh, I'll take that back, that question.
I think it just has quite a nice kind of underwatery sound.
See, that looks a bit robot-y to me. That looks a bit like robots, sort of the robot squids from the Matrix in the background.
I mean, the wider game might reveal the
sort of sci-fi.
You're actually on Mars.
Right.
Which you might be, I don't know.
Interesting. Is there any, like, in what you've seen, like, text, apart from that opening bit?
No, just the opening bit that we talked over and completely ignored.
Right.
Which I'm not even going to hazard a guess what it says, I can't remember. No, within the demo itself, it's mainly
I wonder how big the fish get that you can possess.
Good question, actually. There is a bigger fish that you'll see in a moment, but you can't possess it.
Oh, I quite like that scale.
That's not as big as that. It's quite a big guy. So
this looks like bad news.
Do you think? But it's a light guiding us. It's a light guiding us to safety.
Underwater, anything that looks pretty is definitely a lure to something horrible.
You've seen Blue Planet before, I see.
Well, I was thinking more the SpongeBob SquarePants movie.
And they go together, companion pieces.
I mean, they share a lot of lessons.
So
this is such a bad idea.
I'm willing to trust this. I think it's going to... what's that?
Oh, no.
It's the famous snakefish.
Oh, God.
Or whatever they're called. Sorry, David.
Are they both coming out of the same thing, do you think?
I don't know. They're coming out of similar little...
I'm assuming you can't quickly possess.
I mean, I could try.
You might die and have to do it all over again.
Yeah, let's avoid it, yeah. Because they swim away and you get there. I'm not sure why, though. Because, again, this light is guiding us to safety, surely. So... I don't know what they're afraid of. So yeah, let's follow.
Let's keep following.
It's like a little what do they call it? A little dandelion. Yeah. Underwater dandelion, guiding us to safety. This is look, and we'll be fine here.
Oh my God!
Shouldn't have trusted the dandelion.
Look at that guy. That guy has the same look on his face that I have with the 3 cans of Coke here. How are you meant to... Oh, right, just not fall for the trap.
So, similar to the other, 2D cinematic platformers that I've mentioned, this... I'm going to need to swim a little bit closer.
It's a trial and error, kind of.
It's trial and error. It doesn't... when I first came across this fish, I was struggling a little bit to figure out how to get past him, but
you can't possess him.
Hold on, I'll move out the way a little bit. I can show you when you try to possess him. When you get a bit closer, it just kind of clunks off his head.
Okay.
So what you have to do is lure him
to smash into a rock,
to parts of the environment that look susceptible to damage.
Oh, nice.
Well, that'll hurt his gnashers. And up here then, we have one of our, we have 3.
So I'm glad you played this demo before.
Oh yeah, I'd be lost. I'd be flailing about for hours. So, you possess one of the piranhas up there. And again, get chomping.
Sorry, I just got distracted because a very impressive Agent 47
As did
just sat
I.
on the chest.
Ian Hitman has actually arrived.
Amazing. It's an honour, sir.
So,
As long as he's not here to kill us, that would be bad.
I didn't. Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
So that's been Indies Uncovered. We need to run off. But yeah, so we ate those little ropes,
Yeah.
which brought that rock crashing down, and we need to lure this guy over here.
Oh, my God.
And again, he just can't help himself. You'd think he'd learn.
No. As a fellow greedy creature, I can sympathise a lot with that guy.
So we have one of our Hammerhead Shark-like.
Are we going to deck him with that?
No.
Oh.
We are. Let me think. What are we going to do with this guy again? I'm trying to remember. It's wild how a bald hitman can come in and just totally throw you off your games. Oh yes, now I remember. So if we don't actually need to lure the big fish up here.
Yeah.
We can use that guy, smash that.
Oh my word! Let's go down and watch it.
And that. Now it does get lodged there. Is he going to bite that for me? He is.
Oh yes.
And that's him done.
He's had his fill of rocks.
There's only so much rock eating you can do. So, we'll stop possessing that hammerhead thing. He's swimming off over there, so we're okay.
Oh.
And so we can't, sadly, possess. I don't trust that hammerhead guy. Is he going to kill us in the middle? He did.
Well, that was good. Wow, what a profound, beautiful cinematic moment.
So I thought that was a cutscene. Do we have to do that again? Oh no, he's still dead. Can I possess him? No. So I do apologise. You've had that moment stolen. It's a lovely, big kind of light show.
There's a song and dance number.
It's
that works.
amazing. Morecambe and Wise come out. It's exceptional. Sadly, you're not able to see that because the hammerhead thing killed us. But
What does that mean? What happens next?
I don't know. Has that broken the demo?
Oh.
It might have done because I know there isn't much left. I'm trying to remember where.
It looked like you were getting what, like a new power or something from that?
Well, I will tell you that there's nothing. I don't know where I swim off to. There's like this is the end of the demo.
Okay.
So you haven't missed much. Or no, I swim up here, is it? I don't know.
Just trapped in a demo for all time.
For all eternity. I mean, that's basically Silt.
I really like that.
It's good, isn't it?
That does look good.
Really enjoy how I'd imagine there will be other creatures that you can possess later on.
Yeah, I
that
like
will
that
have
kind of
different powers.
ecosystem with the puzzles. That's really fun.
So yeah, so that is Silt. It is from.
You could go and play the demo down at that end of the hall and see it all the way through to the end where it won't break like it did for us, where we broke it.
We
broke it.
We.
And you can see it through to the marvelous end.
So that is from Spiral Circus. It doesn't have a nailed-on release date yet. It's early 2022 is when it's meant to be coming out. But if you liked what you saw, as Matthew said, go play the demo, wishlisted on Steam, and yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's great.
So we're going to be back in about 5 minutes' time, and we are going to be playing a game called Stuffed, which is the kind of hook, how they're selling it, is kind of like Call of Duty meets Toy Story.
Fantastic. Finally.
At long last.
Good stuff.
So yeah, we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much for joining us. Please stick around for more indie game goodness in about 5 minutes. So We'll see you then.
Bye.
Thank you.
And yeah, we're playing some indie games.
Indeed. So the next indie game we're going to be playing is two-player, Matthew.
Fantastic.
A modern invention. Playing games together. This one is called Stuffed.
Right.
Which is how we have all felt when we've eaten a little too much over the pandemic.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It's good, very insightful.
It's a little early to get bawdy, Matthew. I wasn't going to take it there. So, yeah, this is from a developer called Waving Bear Studio. No release date yet. It's coming out soon. And it is positioned as Call of Duty meets Toy Story.
Yeah.
Now, I've played it, you haven't.
Yeah.
So, we'll give you a bit of grace to kind of familiarize yourself with the controls. But because it's Call of Duty, I think you'll figure it out.
Okay.
So you play as, where am I? I'm on the bottom. You play as a teddy bear, and your owner is having nightmares.
Right.
And you need to protect your owner from the nightmares that are trying to make their way to your owner's door. And these nightmares...
Are these the nightmares?
Yeah. I mean, they're gnomes, of course they're nightmares. Well, what I like, so it's sort of like
zombies mode.
Like zombies mode, exactly. And you pick, so yeah, like zombies, you pick up a currency along the way that you can use to buy. You use to repair the door, to buy guns.
So what are we actually trying to protect?
We're trying to protect the door. If you look at my screen on the bottom, the door here that says Ellie. So as long as they don't get there. But as you go through the waves, jeez, my heart, it's you. As you go through the waves,
yeah,
more rooms get opened up to you as well.
Oh, I blew myself up with some popcorn, which is...
Where are you? Can I revive you? I like also all the weapons. Oh, look, you've stars over your head. Yeah. Excellent.
Oh, that's quite cute.
It is very cute. All the weapons...
Don't worry, I've thrown some popcorn.
All the weapons and all that are built sort of with this sort of theme in mind, or even like that, the fact that the grenade is a bag of popcorn. It's terrific. Uh-oh, I'm out of ammo.
Don't worry. Yes. Oh dear. How do you get more ammo? Do you have to buy it?
How do you get... Yes. Can I revive you quickly before? Oh. So let's...
Oh, they shatter in a very satisfying way.
Very.
I quite like that.
So let me
I shouldn't
here.
sound so surprised when the games are good. They are all good. We've chosen them all. They're all wonderful.
I've used my cash, my points, to open up a new door which has different weapons in it.
Okay, I seem to be in space. Is that meant to have happened?
Where are you?
Uh-oh. I don't know if that's... Oh no, that isn't right.
I don't...
Oh. Let's just pretend that didn't happen.
Okay, yeah. I've played this a number of times before. That never... Alright. I still have no ammo.
Oh, there's like a warp to another room.
Yeah, so I opened a door up to another room. And... Oh no, I just blew myself up with popcorn. Where are you? Holy moly, that's a lot more.
Oh, we've got a lot of gnomes here. Oh, Oh no.
Can you save me, Matthew?
Yeah, 1 second. Where are you?
I am downstairs. Can I stop bleeding a bit? No, it doesn't seem like it. If I die, as Ivan Drago said, if I die, it's okay.
Where are you?
Look, you got stuffed, you'll be back next wave.
Okay.
And I just get to watch you being...
struggling.
Terrific. So, you have actually quite a decent number of points.
Yeah.
That you could buy a new gun.
Right, I'm just going to buy ammo. Is that wrong? Is that a bad idea?
No, but there's a sort of a bazooka type thing in a room over there that's like 1,000 points. That duck is terrifying.
Quite scary. So I'm desperately trying not to die, which is why I can't offer insightful commentary. Ah! Let's do it. Let's do it.
For a man who's never played it before, you're doing all right so far, man. Yeah?
Oh my lord.
Well, because as a, you know, like it's a fun, kind of cute concept, but I think in practice actually works very well.
Did you say there's a bazooka as well?
What's that?
Did you say there's a bazooka?
There is in one of the rooms here. You might be after spending all of your points now, though. Oh, I'm back. Good stuff.
Did it? That's silly. Yeah, I sometimes find when people try and make shooters for kids, they can feel a little soft, you know.
Like I'm not even sure. I don't know. Is this for kids or is it?
I don't know. It's like non-violent.
But it's it's not like the gnomes aren't gushing blood and the ducks don't.
Yeah.
You can't dismember the ducks.
They sort of shatter. You know, it feels quite nice.
Yeah. Do I have any popcorn? I wonder. I do. Excellent. I love the popcorn grenade.
The ducks are actually quite scary. They remind me of the Nightmare toys from the Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh yeah.
You know where they make all the scary toys? It's got big that energy.
Lucky dip.
Oh yeah.
So I think we're. So you'll see as well. If something starts attacking the door, you get a little notification.
Right. We have to. We're too good for that. Oh.
So I have enough points for this sort of bazooka-y type thing.
Yeah.
I think that's
is there
what it
more
is
of the house to open up?
Oh, I didn't spot you at all. Oh no, sorry, it's not a bazooka. It's like a kind of machine gun. See, isn't that good? Like it shoots out cards. Like what's his chops from X-Men. Bless you.
Are we looking for some? Is there a?
But yeah, so you can use like how many points do you have? 179. Or like if you follow me over here, look. See, I can open. Oh, I can't. I can't afford to open that door. But you use your accrued points for guns or to.
Oh, watch out! There's a little robot. There's a little robot guy.
Oh no! Back off.
Oh no.
This is becoming a little tricky now.
I'm opening another door. Oh no. I don't want to get taken down by a load of plastic ducks. That'd be humiliating. Okay.
Being properly overwhelmed here.
Yeah, just got to blast these little robots.
I like even when you get hit. I forgot to mention that when you get hit, it's a red hue doesn't go around your screen. It's white.
Yeah.
Because it's your stuffing.
Oh.
It's full of those nice little touches that I appreciate. Oh no, I'm out of ammo, which isn't a nice touch that I appreciate. How do I? What can I afford?
Oh.
Jelly boom.
What do you do when you run out of money and ammo?
You die, I suppose.
How's the stick hold up? Is that good?
What's that?
How's the stick?
The stick? Yeah, you could use that. I forgot about that actually. Yeah, you do have your melee weapon.
Oh yes.
How's the stick working for
Oh
you?
no! Oh, I've got a revive. Oh, the stick isn't doing the job.
So I've had to go back to my other gun.
I actually want to. How far have you got in this?
To like wave 10, I think. So you'll see there's this big scary kind of shadowy monster that pops up, and I just, as soon as they were rocking about the place, I was dead. When they start kind of scratching away at the little doors, little girl's door. I mean, it sounds creepier than like it is still very kind of child friendly, I guess.
Oh.
I think we're doing okay.
Yeah, we're doing okay. The floor in my world keeps vanishing.
Yeah, I'm not. That might, because when I was playing single player, I wasn't running into that.
Yeah.
That might be something to do with multiplayer. Again, this is, it doesn't have a release date. It is a demo.
Yeah.
I'm out of ammo again. Oh no.
Where are we?
Oh wow. Okay, so there's the
Who's
spooky.
that?
That's the guy.
That is scary. You said that wasn't scary.
Yeah, I take it back. Actually, it's terrifying. Oh no.
Oh, that's like Slender Man. Oh no, get away from me. No.
Do you have any popcorn? Oh no, did I fall?
Oh no.
What happened there?
Oh, these ducks, man.
What? Oh god. His health bar is ridiculous.
Oh, it's so powerful. Oh. That's how I feel like that guy against the door. Oh.
Did alright though.
We did okay. And we got 67 bear coins.
Yeah. I mean, I might as well, I can show you so you can jazz up your bear if you like.
Oh yeah.
I think it's, if you go to wardrobe. No, I can't show you for some reason. So, that stuffed. It is, again, from a developer called Waving Bear Studio, appropriate. And there isn't a release date on it yet. It is coming out soon. And yeah.
You can play it on the
pretty
show
good.
floor.
You can play it on the show floor somewhere over that general direction.
It's got a nice feel to it though.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
it makes sense when you get it in your hands.
100%.
So yeah, give stuff to go, and we will be back in 5 minutes with
We will be back with, what will we play? Let's play A Juggler's Tale.
a Juggler's Tale.
So yeah, which is a 2D platformer. So yeah, come back to us in about 5 minutes time. That was stuffed. Yeah, we'll see you in 5 minutes. I think we shouldn't be streaming though.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Welcome back to Indies Uncovered, people on the internet who are watching us on the EGX Twitch channel. Hello to the people Matthew.
Yes.
The millions
I know.
in attendance.
What started as a trickle turned into a stream, turned into a raging river of watchers. I mean, tens of thousands. It's quite staggering.
A sea of humanity.
Thank you to those that have come to watch a bit of Indies Uncovered. All these games are playable here at EGX for people at home. If you like what you see, you can come to EGX. It's on for the next 3 days, and you can play these games yourself. Some of them are also on Steam. Lots to see. So
So the next game we're playing is called A Juggler's Tale. It is from a developer called Kaleidoscope. And this is actually out. It came out on the 29th of September.
So you can literally play this at home. You can buy it.
You can buy it if you want. But the demo is here as well.
Is there sound on this one?
What's that?
Is there sound on this one?
There should be sound, yes. Yeah.
Sure.
There should be actually quite a lot of sound because this is very story driven.
Okay.
As you have a little narrator that talks you through your journey. This is quite sweet. It's sort of like a fluffier kind of Limbo.
Everything's like Limbo, according to you.
Everything
is a cinematic, story-driven platformer.
I mean, to be fair, these two are though. So, you play as this little girl. What you're seeing now here is her day job, essentially.
Okay.
She works in the circus and she lives a good little life. She helps the ringmaster here, who he's going to play a little game with his hat, and the bear is obviously going to scare the ringmaster.
Are all the kind of characters puppets in this game?
Yeah.
The whole thing is a puppet world, right?
Whole thing puppets. So you can see the strings coming off of pretty much every character, I think.
Is that just like just an art thing, or like do the strings come into the game at all?
Well, no, they do actually, yeah. So what I need to do here, I think, is drag this box over. You'll see in a moment how the strings, how they mainly hinder you, really, rather than, or at least from what I've seen. So we need to try and swing over this guy.
Are you a juggler?
Yes.
Right, that makes sense.
You will see her juggle occasionally. The narrator very impressed. You just get that bear's attention away from the hat. Ta-da!
Very nice. Well done.
Thank you very much. So that was the last performance of the day, but a great performance, I think, maybe even the best performance of the day. And we're obviously going to go back to our mansion, and we're going to live in riches.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. There is no mansion, there is a cage.
Oh, this is a little bit, Little Nightmares.
Poor Abby indeed.
So it's the whole game.
Whole thing is narrated, and it's
right.
It reminds me a bit of what was that Ubisoft game? Child of Light.
Oh yeah.
So there's the narrator is constantly rhyming.
Right.
So these rats have kindly given us an apple, I think it is. If a rat ever does to anyone, oh no, that was alright. If a rat ever offers you an apple, decline. Unless you're in a cage, I suppose. Get
Nicely
the little
done.
key off him.
It's a lovely combination of the narration and the kind of puppet style.
Right, so don't open the cage. I was a little bit ahead of the game there.
Yeah, it was unwise.
Anyway, sorry, what were you saying?
No, I'm just saying, like, the combination of the narration and the puppet style, the whole thing feels...
really works.
Yeah, like, really kind of cohesive, coherent.
And even if memory serves, I think, at the end of the demo and in between levels, that you see a kind of a little curtain on a stage close. So just again tying into that that whole theme. Now, sadly, we have to accept another apple from a rat.
Just gotta wait for the rats again.
And I'll just be a little bit more cagey when taking the key from the man. I think I'm trying to remember if because I played the demo before. Yeah, I think if I just let him hang that up, he'll leave. He should do anyway. Yeah. And now we can get out. Now, naturally enough, it's not just us that is having a hard time with it.
Oh, it's the bear.
It's the little bear. Well, little.
You gonna let him out?
Gonna let the bear out.
It seems unwise.
It's a nice bear.
Oh, it's a nice bear.
The bear is nice. Well, look, do you know I was saying the way the strings can hinder?
Right.
So if I try and walk under that,
oh, okay.
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah, that's great.
So, and you kind of see that throughout. They've used what is a self-imposed limitation, I suppose, very well in parts of the level.
Oh, that's cool.
Can you help me up again, bear, please? Have I broken it?
Oh, no.
Is bear gonna? No, he's gonna help me up again. Good stuff. So I think I need to. I thought I know. I remember what I have to do.
Yeah.
But it's quite a nice, pleasant fairy tale sort of presentation.
Yeah. And this one's out now, so people.
Oh, people can, if you like what you see, you can buy it proper, yeah.
It's good.
The ringmaster not
it's
too
all
happy.
kicking off.
Sadly, you don't get to see the bear
Tear them to shreds.
maim the people.
Is it quite family friendly?
From what I've seen, yes, yeah.
Nothing too nightmarish.
There's a spider that pops up quite early on. Isn't that nice? Now, the people here and the people at home are getting to see a little bit extra because this is actually the full game. This is where the demo ends.
Right.
But we'll play a little bit of Act 2 as well.
Okay.
To give the people a better idea of some of the puzzles and how you interact with the world.
Yeah, I really like the idea of the sort of strings as a limitation. That's great. Because it could just be a cool art style and like leave it at that.
Well, you'll see. I think you might even see it in a moment. From what I've played so far, you can't. Can you? You might be able to die actually, but there are points where if you fall over, if you fall into water, whatever, you're led to believe the narrator like picks you up and puts you back on dry land, and you can see that he does that with the strings. It's quite good.
Oh, kind of like a Prince of Persia.
Yeah.
That's not how that happened. Kind of. Yeah.
And look, you see it there again. Your strings sort of come into play here. It's what you need to do, because if I move over here, the windmill is blocking you.
Oh yeah.
And that's tied to that cow. So we need to. The way to get the cow to move is to give him a bit of water.
And then
we do that.
Oh,
by not doing that. By doing this instead.
Oh, Yeah, I see.
Ah!
That's filled out.
Oh, I've done enough. All right. Good.
Oh, yeah, that's lovely.
It's nice, isn't it?
Looks nice too.
Yeah.
Have you played the whole thing?
I haven't played the whole thing, no, but I've played past this point up a bit. But I really like the presentation, and like I'm saying this is somebody, so it's not a spoiler per se because I haven't finished the game, but there is a point where you're doing things and the narrator doesn't necessarily agree with that.
It is not a game that goes well with Eye of the Tiger. that much is true. I do not believe that is the desired soundscape for a Juggler's Tale.
It depends. You know. There you go. See, I fell into the water. I need this plank to get across this patch of water here.
Oh, very pleasant.
I think there's another. Oh, there it is. But yeah,
So is it like the narrator sort of fills in, like if you get stuck, the narrator's sort of go and get those planks. Then she went and got a plank.
I'm trying to remember, to be honest. From what I played, the narrator wasn't too helpful, but yeah, that's what I was. There is a point in the game, and I have played up to this point because it is quite early on, where the narrator will be a bit sort of like, Abby didn't do that. What are you doing? Play your part, kind of thing. I think it might even be here actually. Like, yeah, so the old wolf is dying, leave him in peace, but you can set the wolf free.
Right.
And then the narrator just kicks off like it is at the Excel Center over there.
It's a very different energy to different stands at EGX. Are some too low energy? Perhaps.
Perhaps. Oh, we're playing some nice indie games back here. Do you know? Now let me see if I can. I need to drag this little cart over here.
Right.
Before that bridge goes up.
So is this an optional puzzle to help?
No, this is. I don't honestly know if there is optional puzzles.
Okay.
But to progress here, I would need to sort of go against the narrator's wishes. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Oh no.
Hold on, can I drag this a bit? I feel like I did this first time the last time I did it, but let's try once more. I'm sure it'll be fine. Go, 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 go.
Don't worry, people like watching other people work out puzzle solutions.
100%. Yeah. They're big fans of it. Let me see. If I go from here.
Yeah, go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the
That's
crowd,
some high level play.
The crowd goes mild. So, I just want to show you how there is some intrigue to this fairy tale story.
Oh, yes.
I am certainly intrigued anyway, at least by the fact that you can go against the narrator's wishes. So, if I remember correctly, I need to tie this. There you go.
The strings?
See?
What are you doing with the strings? Stop that. The wolf has looked his life. Let him be.
Set him free.
What, I tell you.
He's not happy.
It's like shaking you about.
He stops his rhyming, Lark, and he's just like, "What are you doing?"
Gives you a good old shake.
He's like, "You're trying to play your part in this puppet show."
Do you think the storyteller's the real villain of the thing?
I get that impression.
Or maybe it's a spoil. I don't know.
Well,
I guess you'll have to play and find out.
It's. I mean, people can. People can go and play it.
Huh.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's a short game. I don't want to just play through the entire thing.
Just
but
do an entire let's play of it.
Up next, here So you have other puzzles, other ways of interacting with the world. There's a big spider here as well that you have to fight. But yeah, that's probably a good place to
rather
to
than
end
play
this.
through the whole thing. So yeah, like I say, this is available to play down at that end of the hall, and it's also available to buy on Steam.
On Steam, yeah, it came out about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. So yeah, A Juggler's Tale from Kaleidoscope. It's good. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for staying with us at Indies Uncovered. Next up, let's play a bit of, do you know what? Let's play a puzzle game, Matthew. Let's play a game called Harmony's Odyssey.
Let's do it in about 5 minutes.
In about 5 minutes, yeah. We're going to set that up. So yeah, people, the millions here, if you could stick around, just wait a couple of moments. We'll be back, and the people watching us on the EGX Twitch channel as well. We'll be back in, about 5 minutes. So,
Bye for now.
see you in a bit. Perfect. Hello,
Hello.
everyone.
Yes, me.
Welcome back to Indies Uncovered here. Rock Paper Shotgun presents
Yes.
Indies Uncovered live at EGX, the Excel Centre. They left us out of our houses, Matthew, to present some lovely indie games to the
Yeah.
people in attendance and the people watching around the world.
In their hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds and hundreds of thousands. So, the next game we're playing is called Harmony's Odyssey.
Okay, I've not heard of this one at all.
Yeah.
I know not one thing about it.
I like this game. This is from a developer called Mythic Owl. There's no release date yet. I can't remember what it says on Steam. It might say coming soon, but there's no release date attached to it. It is a very hard game to describe. I mean, it's a puzzle game where there are 2D and 3D puzzles, sort of jigsaw-ish, but there are also mini games that you'll see.
That sounds like a great description to me. I think you did a marvellous job.
So, fairly simple one to start off, right? That one obviously goes there. No, it goes there, Matthew! Boom, done. And that's Harmony's Odyssey.
Right.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, there's an awful lot more to this.
Phew.
And it gets more complicated quite fast. So we have a 9-square jigsaw here. That is going to take a little bit longer. So the game does help you. You can see the little, like when I move that one there, see the little shimmer underneath the piece? So that basically telling you you've done that. And that, I'm guessing, goes there, follow the green thing. So we've done that.
So as you're moving the jigsaw puzzle pieces, it's also interacting. It's changing what's happening on the tiles.
No, it's not. Well, like it's making, like, see the way that's bubbling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that just a visual touch, or does that have relevance to the...
From what I've seen, it's a visual touch.
Okay. I didn't know if it was a sort of a Gorogoa type deal,
Right.
where the tiles kind of impact each other.
That goes there. Is that it?
That side looks like it goes on that side.
Yeah. So that's another. You can
Move into
you can move
finished
entire
chunks.
finished
That's good.
pieces as well. Yeah. You get a little animation.
Oh.
This guy, you actually get to play as him in a mini game that I hope we'll get to. I think we will. So this is just, I was using prior knowledge there. That's just telling you that you can do this. Now this, a bit more complicated.
Yeah.
I hope I'm able to solve this quicker than I did when I was playing the demo beforehand. Let's move. So that's telling us
That one
that's
goes
there.
on that side. That top middle tile, surely that goes across one, because that cable comes out of it, right?
There you go, yeah. That, I think this guy goes down there. I mean,
Yeah.
you can not
That,
cheat the
that
system.
green strip follows the green cable down. So up one, yeah. And then up. And then swap
This-
that one with the one below.
I think that guy. Yeah, this is.
Uh-oh. Can you rotate the tiles?
You cannot rotate the tiles.
Okay.
no. But it's like, I don't know. At first, you might be like, "Oh, cutesy little puzzle game." It's not. Totally easy. Like there is a challenge to it.
Yeah, sure.
So, let's see here.
Let's
So
hope you can work it out live on air.
Yeah.
So it's not a total disaster.
Let's see. Well, this green cable, that's coming off there, so they go together. And
They definitely go.
That seems like it's on the left, yeah.
That one with the green coming down connects into the bottom because it's got the green tiles, so...
Oh, yeah. Not that one.
No?
Apparently not. Well, and that's obviously not over there. Can you see the right side? Oh, there she is. So that's there. So you can know, like it's like a jigsaw. You can try and work it out. I think that one, yeah, he goes there. He looks happy there. Where does that go?
Do those two come down and sit above these two?
Oh, clever clogs. That one is wrong, and I'm not.
Oh dear.
Trial and error now. Where does that go? So those three are correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. That doesn't go there, though. Oh, hang on. Plug, is this?
But that.
Yeah, because that's now powering.
But when you put that plug down there, it like that. When you put the plug across and down one there, the stars came out. Doesn't that mean that's correct?
It does, but then we powered up the laptop when we put the plug there. So hang on.
No.
There's obviously. So all of this section is right. So there has to be something else here. Oh, hold on. That's where that goes.
Right.
So all
And
that
then
section correct.
Yeah, but then that cable finishes the plug cable. Yeah.
So now we have power to the laptop.
Right.
Hooray! And now we should be. I think that's.
And that one goes
Hold on.
across another one. Oh no, it doesn't.
Where does this guy go?
Down one?
Oh no, I'm wrong. You see,
That's right.
that is right.
Does this pot sit on this shelf?
Yes, it does. Then that goes there. I hope you have better luck with this. Hey!
There you go.
You might have better look at this when you play it yourself. Well, yeah, by going all 3D. So
So it's now a 3D jigsaw.
it's a simple 6-piece puzzle. Well, simple. Watch us spend 15 minutes on it. But it is 3D.
Right.
So this one actually. If we move that there, and then move that guy there,
Oh, that's
There you
quite
go.
nifty.
isn't it? Hold on, is that not finished? Oh no, it is. Phew. But it gets it gets relatively complicated as it moves along. So those two look like they go together. They do indeed.
But surely the
Or the crocodile,
crocodile's gonna.
and his head is there.
Yeah. Then that one's gonna go in the middle.
Which?
Well,
I think that's done, isn't
Oh,
it?
that's done.
Just shift them,
Oh yeah.
flying through it. Let's never speak
That's
of
quite
Teapot Gate again.
Oh no.
No! I think we're going to need your help here. I'm already wondering whether choosing this game was the wrong choice to do live on stage, but it's not,
Can I
because
give
it's
it a go?
very good. You can, of course, please.
Is it? That's that one then.
And if you hold the A button, then you'll move chunks of the puzzle.
So
I know there's people watching this now who are like, why won't you just move that piece there? Which is understandable.
yeah. Oh, I see. So it's. I see. He said, not seeing at all.
Yeah, but just say it with confidence and people are...
Yeah.
All right, he gets it.
Yes. Ah, yes.
Are you a fan of a jigsaw?
Oh, I don't mind them. Yeah. Where does that one go? No.
So if... Yeah, like, it's good to take stock and kind of whole day on parts to go, right, well, I know that bit is done, I don't need to worry about that. Sometimes you'd be surprised as to, like, how much of it you've put together.
Right. Oh no, I've really messed it up.
So if people are just joining us, this game is called Hammerhead Odyssey by a developer called Mythic Owl. If you're here at EGX, you can go play it yourself down that general direction.
How does one...
Yeah.
I'm just trying to work that. Yeah? Is that right? Then that goes... Is that right?
How are you getting on with
Oh
it?
no, I thought... I had this amazing vision in my head of getting it and just instantly doing it, but I'm being really
and then
impressed.
just walking off.
Now I can't do it. Oh god. That looks like it goes...
So, I mean, I have done this, but there is the road does follow, like. There you go. So I think that whole, if you move that section of road to the far left, I think.
Yeah. No. Oh no. We leave that there. Then who's watching the...
Check that out.
Is that it?
That's it. You're done. If you press A, you'll be able to move on to the... Well, first you'll get a lovely little animation.
That's surprisingly, like... You think, oh, these things clearly match, but it's sort of surprisingly
Deceptive.
easy to lose yourself in it.
Yeah. No, totally. Another spotted the difference. So please shout if you see.
This'll... Yes.
Did you do the leaf on the... See the leaf on the plant, the turnip, whatever it is? See
Oh yeah. And...
And indeed, yes. It's tricky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tricky, especially when you're meant to be constantly talking and entertaining the bat. Aha.
Fence, the bat. Thank you.
Phew. That was relatively quick.
Nice.
No, there's an added element to this now.
Right.
It's tiered jigsaw, 3D jigsawing. So this one, a little bit more cramped as well. Well, it just, I mean, I can show you. Well, look, let's try and solve this. He says again, solve this quickly.
When you say tiered,
so that is one. Oh, and there's.
yeah.
Are they there? No. You just kind of just move things around and see what happens.
Yeah. Imagine there's a bit more art to it than that.
That's a little bit, yeah, but in situations like this, you just move things around. So that is correct. That is detached to that. Where's a corner? That
I really wish I'd played these demos before we did this stuff presentation.
Hold on, let's take stock. That is correct. That's obviously not. It needs to be something more open.
Is that going to be the back corner? Does it work like that?
Say that again?
Is that going to be the back corner because it's a corner?
Is this going to be the back corner?
Is it like a jigsaw puzzle? You find the corners.
The corners, yeah. That apparently isn't there.
But then, no, but if you put that middle one in, that just means if you put that in the middle.
Here.
So yeah, that's happy. That wants to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nearly there.
That's that. They swap around. It feels like that's all right. Is it just in the wrong
But
order?
it's not. Move the... Move...
no.
The
Oh, no, this-
11:30. Move that.
How do you do the thing where you... Oh, no. What have I done?
I'm not sure. Oh, well, that is right. But see the 11th...
What was that?
Well, you've given away the big surprise now. Look, yeah, so that's... But move that far left. The piece that you have selected, move far left. And again, and again, and again.
So that's all done. Have I rotated that somehow?
I don't know. Anyway, look, let me show you.
Oh, no.
I feel like...
What have I done there?
So, if you solve this, then
Yeah.
you go, aha! Because this is the tier I was talking about. And you can also go up one again.
Oh.
And when you finish, you get a nice little animation of everything working together. It's quite good. However, I don't think we've solved this.
Everything is in the right place apart from those N3.
I don't know. Anyway, we'll try and solve this one before we move on. So, what is in the right place, or what pieces are
That's
together?
the... Do you want to do the corner again?
So that's a corner. That's a corner.
There's that back corner
That.
there.
There is this one. So the corners won't always
Right.
be right, but it's a good starting point.
Do you think that one goes, that bottom corner goes up so it's got like an entrance?
Yes. Yes.
Then that tree would go...
Tree would go opposite that tree like that.
That's right.
Is that right? No.
That's right.
Now it's right. Then we go up here. Again, go corners.
Yeah. My word.
I wonder what's happening over there. So
That's right.
That section is right. This man, where does he need to move?
That's right.
That looks right. This piece obviously isn't. Is that man?
That's right.
Hold
Then
on.
swap the umbrella and the glass thing.
Yeah.
Is that it?
I think we got there. Yeah. I like the way you're rewarded with this little animation. It's quite nice.
Ah, it's very pleasant. I was sure about this mummy.
And I don't trust it, no.
No. Scary chap.
I think the next bit is one of the mini games, which I'd like to show off.
It's quite a strange collection of characters living in this world.
Incredibly strange, and the sort of mishmash of, like, I'll show you now, like this mini game seems kind of odd, but I'm all about it. So you, as this little creature, need to grab some cheese and stick it in the golden hole. Why, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm definitely up for it. And you need to avoid the mummy, or you're right to not trust it, because it will, I don't think it kills you, but it like slows you down a bit.
Huh.
odd, but I like it. It's good. There's also there's another mini game where you have to like deliver like food and parcels.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
little break from the
There's quite a lot going on with this one.
awful lot going on, yeah. Bring a bit
But
more.
that's the beauty of indie games.
100%.
Anything can and indeed will happen.
It's a pretty shoddy security guard there to be
Just
looking at his phone all the time. While this whatever zebra mouse steals all the cheese.
Right.
I want to show you the other mini game very quickly if I get the
Is
chance.
this just the demo or the full game? Or?
This is the demo, I believe.
So this is
Harmony's Odyssey.
Harmony's Odyssey. Can you play it on the show floor? You can, yeah,
I am
think you-
reliably
yeah.
informed that you can, yes.
It'll be down there in the.
Oh no!
Oh. You can do it. Patience.
So you gotta, yes. Go, 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 go. Happy with that.
Very well done.
Happy with that.
I think you've redeemed yourself there.
Thank you. All right, let's do
Oh.
one more spot the difference.
Very good.
I won't lie, straight away I'm struggling. Oh look, that.
That guy. The tree in a different place in the bottom corner.
Good spot. No.
Spin it.
Again, if anyone in the crowd can spot it, please shout.
Spin it?
Spin it which way? That way?
There might be other things going on behind it.
I actually can't spin it
Oh,
any.
you can't spin it. Oh, the mummy's holding a different object.
Well done. Good stuff. So yeah, and then the next mini game is the delivery. It's where you're a cat. Why not? That's what I say. So yeah, that is Harmony's Odyssey. If you're here at EGX, you can go play it down there. Yeah, jigsaws, mini games,
Cheese hunting.
cheese hunting,
Difficult to spot the differences.
postcast.
Unfortunately, the game doesn't come with a very competent EGX crowd to do it for you. More's the pity.
It's good. It's
Yeah.
good. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. We are going to be back in about 5 minutes with a game called This Means Warp. So yeah, join us again about 5 minutes, maybe a little bit less, where we're going to be playing another indie game. So yeah, thank you very much. See you in a bit.
Bye for now.
get that, throw it into the weapons. But you also need to, like, here's a little toolkit. Sometimes when facing off against enemies, they'll do damage to your spaceship. Get the toolkit, repair it.
Okay. Fire extinguisher.
Fire extinguisher. And see the little dartboards there type thing? That isn't a dartboard, but a little entryway into the abyss. So sometimes people will throw bombs or grenades onto your ship. You need to grab them and stick them in there.
Okay.
I think that's the general gist
Do
of
the
it.
guns auto-fire, or do we have to aim?
You need to aim the guns. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot.
I could see this being traumatic.
Oh, I'm sure it will be. So, here's your big map. You can sort of get a little idea as to what's ahead. So, we can only go right here, which is it's a battle. We're going to be taking on somebody. But then down underneath that, we can recruit somebody. So we get a little AI partner.
Oh, okay.
So let's do this
Can
first.
you only put one bullet in the...
Yes, one bullet at a time.
Okay.
And if you can, aim for their weapons, which is over here. I mean, aim wherever, just
We're attacking,
destroy them.
yeah?
We are attacking them now.
Okay,
Yeah. they're not friendlies. Although maybe when the final game comes out, it'll turn out that we were the aggressors.
Oh no.
We were the baddies.
Imagine. What a faux pas.
I think we're making relatively light work of them.
Okay.
All right.
I think we got this.
So do they do damage? I don't know
So
if they
what's
did.
that box?
So you get loot then that you can put. So if you press A to collect it, it will it'll draw you a line to where you can the applicable points of the ship. So that's for the hull. I have this thing. Minus 10% cooldown, so it'll spit out bullets more often.
Oh, nice.
And that's it. And then we move on our merry way to the next thing, where we can.
Okay, I think we're going to achieve great things.
Let's go down here because I'm pretty sure that's a recruit. Greetings, Captain. Allow us to submit applications for position to your crew. So, do you want Cook the panda or Pants the crocodile?
We'll just ignore them both.
Which
Should we get
one?
a cook? Or is it
Yeah.
a cook, or is it called
I think
cook?
he's just called Cook. I've chosen them now, so
Yeah.
let's just get them.
Oh yeah, cooks. There's Knob Knob. Classic. Knows exactly what they want.
Classic Knob
That
Knob.
is classic Knob Knob.
And what they're just like another member of the crew that are going to help us. And from my experience, the AI in this game is actually very helpful.
Right.
It's quite good.
So how do you control the AI?
So yeah, if you go to a part of the ship and press Y, then Cook will. So you've told Cook there to go to the ammo, so they will then try and load ammo into one of the guns. Let's see how Cook does with a little battle here. So again, try and aim for their guns, disable them. Just make sure work of that. Come on, Cook. Get a move on.
Come on, cook.
We're actually doing a bit better than I thought we would.
Oh, yeah, Cook's really doing it. It's great.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah. See? Top-notch work from Cook. Again, the AI in this, quite good, I think. So, got another bit of loot here. And it is, what is it? I got something for the hull. What were you going to say?
Do you only install one thing? Oh, there's multiple slots.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, we're doing okay.
Now,
I Is it hubris to say I want it to get a bit spicier?
don't worry. What's that? Little chest. So here, Yeah, we're offered either offensive loot or defensive loot.
Offensive.
All right, we're aggressive. Let's go for it. So if you press left on
Nob
the...
Nob wants to conquer space.
If Nob Nob presses
Not
left,
under, I
left
don't
on
understand
the D-pad.
it. Oh. Offensive loot.
A man of few words. Well, a bird of few words. All right, so we've got a gun, a repeater laser. The only thing is, at least this ship, maybe all the ships will be different. With this gun, we have to replace one of the other ones.
Got a bomb launcher.
So let's... Yeah, why not? Stick it in there. So what did you get? Oh yeah, so bomb. So it's just another way to be aggressive,
Do
really.
you still have to install bullets in the bomb launcher?
I can't remember, to be honest.
I don't think so. Okay.
All right, well, let's try out our new bits of toys here. I have a feeling it's going to become more difficult.
Come on, Cook. Oh, no.
Oh, Cook is taking matters into their own hands. Here, I'll stick a...
How do we launch bombs? That's what I'm curious about.
I think you'll be able to see a little...
Oh, no.
Yeah, you can see a little blue icon will pop up to like where you can launch the bomb.
Oh, no. We're taking some damage. Oh, what's that red? Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Okay, they've done serious damage there.
Yes.
Still.
Oh, and the ship heals automatically. Okay.
Did that all right. Do you want to see what loot we have?
Yeah.
While I drive us
Oh,
along?
no.
Right. So if you look at the map on the right, I have a feeling this one is going to be a bit harder. There's a little winged emblem underneath the swords.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Hold on, I'll grab the other hull thing, unless it's Cook on it. I'll give Cook a bit of a break.
Nice.
But obviously, so this is, yeah, if you're just joining us, this means warp, and it is up to four players. So you can imagine how it would get more manic and whatnot.
Yeah. Oh, where did we see?
Oh, whoa, oh, calm down. All right. So now, for the first time, we need to repair something. Grab a little toolkit and start hammering that. There you go. You need to...
Oh, now we got the bomb.
This is quite a strong ship, but it is also... I mean, we're still doing much better.
Yes. Chucked a huge bomb at them.
Well done, well played.
Oh no.
Oh, give us a break. Where am I? I'm down here.
Oh, I couldn't have done it.
Alright, it's all falling apart now.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I wanted it to get spicy. But now it's... just you get sucked out into space. Oh no.
Oh, just give it up.
Oh, they know to target out. Oh, can you target their, like, missile? Oh,
Yeah,
we should have
yeah.
done that.
I mean, yeah, you did want it to get spicier.
Yeah, that was a dumb request. Oh no,
quite spicier. There, you can also take permanent damage to your ship. So, like on your run, I think, like, good stuff.
Yes.
So
Does that feel like an entirely fair win? I'm not sure.
I think so. I keep looking at Cook. I don't know why I'm drawn to them. Then I forget I'm the baldy guy. Let me see. Because if you want spicy, I'm pretty sure the next place
Let's do it.
is going to blow your
Let's
mind.
go out in a hail of space bullets. End Indies uncover with a bang.
There seems to be a large mass of asteroids approaching.
You know, or a load of inanimate rocks. That's also exciting.
Let's see how this goes.
Okay.
Right, survive. Oh, no,
That's okay.
I haven't come across asteroids, so.
Oh.
What?
Oh. What are we meant to
Which
do?
I'm not sure which ones are hitting us, or even how to defend ourselves from them. Because some are flying over us.
I got no depth perception. I can't work out which one's which.
I think.
Oh.
Right.
It's the red ones.
It's the red ones, indeed. Yeah, that would have helped if I was paying attention to the colours. All right, where are you? Oh. Okay. It's the yellow ones too, apparently. I don't know. I'm not actually sure. Right, I'm going to try. I'll repair that. Or is Cook doing it? Of course Cook is doing it. What else would Cook be doing? All right, thanks, Cook.
Oh. I'm trying to
I still think... Oh, no, actually, what am I talking about? It's going horribly. We are nearly dead.
No, it's fine.
Let me... I'll repair... Are you shooting our ship?
I don't know what I'm shooting.
Yeah, who knew it would be the inanimate objects that would be our downfall?
How are you meant to shoot them?
Hold on. 4 seconds. Success.
That was not a success, Sin.
Success. Kind of. And look, Knob can level up.
Oh,
Well
fine.
done, Knob.
Thank you.
Yeah, this means war.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's I imagine it sort of escalates and gets crazier and crazier, and
Like even we're getting better loot, more damage to the weapons. So, you know,
you can. Is it with the crew of 4 you can have?
a crew of 4, yes.
Yeah. Oh well, it's definitely worth trying out.
good.
So, yeah, if you are here at EGX, please go and try This Means War down at the that end of the hall. If you're watching from home, check it out on Steam.
Yes.
Wish listed.
The demo is actually available on Steam as well if people at home watching want to play it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
That
thank
rounds
you.
up our indies uncovered for EGX.
Yes.
You know, obviously there's heaps of interesting things here to discover, so do go and play those. Check out the Left Field collection. There's some really odd stuff there, but it's also well worth a look. And if you're here, enjoy the rest of your EGX. Thank you to the hundreds of people who've stuck with this, much appreciated. And if you're watching from home, come to EGX over the next 3 days.
Yes. Yeah. It will be loads of fun, no doubt.
There's
yeah,
little cans of Coke.
there are little cans of Coke. You know.
What more do you want?
What more do you want, really? Little cans of Coke.
Yeah.
There's your other soft drinks are available. But are they
Not for free. No, they're not
I don't
free.
think so. I don't think so. Yeah, thank you very much for watching. I've been Colin Mahern.
I've been Matthew Castle.
And we have been Rock Paper Shotgun. Goodbye.
dream of. I can smell it from here, like iron and fire.
They're just putting down the weapons.
Hey, what is going on, everyone? This is Durrani, Tom, and Alex from VG247, and we are at EGX 2021. As you can see, we're not actually at EGX 2021. We're there in spirit from the comfort of our own homes. We've got a game to play today. Tom is going to explain the rules.
You've power most can never dream of. I can smell it from here, like iron and fire.
They're just putting down the weapons.
You've power most can never dream of. I can smell it from here, like iron and fire.
They're just putting down the weapons.
most can never dream of. I can smell it from here, like iron and fire.
You seen this?
They're just putting down the weapons.
Hey, what is going on, everyone? This is Durrani, Tom, and Alex from VG247, and we are at EGX 2021. As you can see, we're not actually at EGX 2021. We're there in spirit from the Hey, what is going on, everyone? This is Durrani, Tom, and Alex from VG247, and we are at EGX 2021. As you can see, we're not actually at EGX 2021. We're there in spirit from the comfort of our own homes. We've got a game to play today. Tom is going to explain the rules and what's going to be going on. Tom, take it away.
I'm Tomorio, actually. Tomorio. Retro gaming expert. Tomorio. So what we're doing here is, as me and Alex have been around a bit, we're like older gentlemen, and you're not. You're much younger than we are, much hipper, cooler.
Yeah.
We thought we would test you on your knowledge of 90s video games and associated peripherals. So what we've got is a rundown of a few games. Some of them are real, some of them are not real. You've got to work out what we're telling the truth about, what we've made up, essentially. So we'll give you a little description, and then you can ask us 3 questions, and you've got to guess. And if you're at home or at the event, you can play along too by shouting. We won't hear you, but you can have a go. And hopefully this will be a little bit of fun for the EGX crowd.
Definitely. So who wants to go first? I'm excited. This has been a running joke since the start of the year, just subtly little hints and digs towards my age, and I've been okay with it. It's fine. I've always been the baby, so yeah, I'm ready to go. Come on, I'm ready. I feel like I'm gonna surprise you guys. This history lesson, don't worry, I've been studying.
I reckon Alex can go first with one of the games he is quite familiar with. Definitely a classic, I would say.
Okay, so I'm just looking down the list and deciding what I'm gonna give you to start with. So let's go for a game called Mario is Missing. So this was a Nintendo game, but it wasn't a Nintendo game. It was on the PC, and basically it was a point-and-click adventure game starring Luigi. It was an educational game, so it didn't have any of the typical Mario gameplay, and it was set in the real world.
Okay.
So a Mario game on PC,
Yep.
set in the real world. That's the description I'm giving you.
Okay, so I'm trying to think if there is Nintendo and PC don't go hand in hand. I don't think I've seen another. I'm trying to think of Nintendo games that are on PC, and I don't think there are. You say it's an educational tool, so it might be a one-off.
Well, so you can ask questions, remember. You got 3 questions you can ask me about this game.
What was its educational purpose?
So, it basically, like I said, it was set in the real world, and it was a point-and-click adventure game. So, Luigi would go around real-world locations like New York or Egypt, around the pyramids, and when you're pointing and clicking on stuff, it would tell you real facts about those places and about history in those
Like
places.
a geo-guesser sort of vibe. Do you know what? You're saying this with a lot of conviction. I only need one. I'm gonna go ahead and say that that's fake. To be honest, I'm gonna go ahead and say it's fake.
No more questions.
No more. I'm quite
questions.
No, but I'm quite certain about this one because Mario on PC in the real world, it just sounds like a load of shit. It just doesn't sound real. I'm gonna forfeit my 2 questions, and I'm just gonna say that this one is fake.
So, I'm afraid to tell you that this one is real.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they actually, I sort of tricked you a little bit there in that it was released on PC initially, and then there were NES and Super NES ports of this game. But yeah, it was an educational game made by another company. So this is one of the few times that Nintendo has ever licensed out the Mario character to an external company.
Okay.
And yeah, you control Luigi, and he travels around the world to retrieve stolen treasures. And the way you retrieve the treasures are all like real bits of the real world. So it's like the torch that Lady Liberty on the Statue of Liberty is holding has been stolen. And in order to get the clue that he needs to get Mario back, Luigi needs to answer questions to get that, and then give it back to the person who, you know. And basically, yeah, it's the first ever game where Luigi was the star. Apart
With
from
Mario in the game, right? Like he was the star.
So the title of the game is Mario is Missing, so the whole story of the game is Bowser kidnaps Mario at the start of the game, and it's up to Luigi, sort of like a prequel to Luigi's Mansion. So yeah, it's real. That is real. They also did it's not on this list, so I can tell you, they also did like a Mario teaches typing game.
Teaches typing?
Well.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
As in?
Mario teaches you to type, the touchpad.
Really?
Yeah. Educational stuff, it was a thing.
Wow. They need to remake that with Chris Pratt, man.
Blown his mind, this has. He's shook, I'd say.
Okay, so
I thought that one was going to be, I thought you were going to get that one.
No, because I'm thinking like PC and Nintendo don't go hand in hand. So that's why I thought, okay, that's a shoe-in. But, okay, now that I set expectations, that it's not going to be as simple. So that's an L for me. So 0, Durrani. 1, Alex and Tom. Tom is next.
Yeah.
I feel like I've got this. I feel like I've got this one.
It's called Clown Time, right? Clown Time. So a little overview. So it was 1992, developed and published by Sega for the Mega Drive or Genesis if you're American and watching this. So it stars someone called Bert Beeswax. He's a clown. He's from Chipperfield Circus. This was like a licensed game. Chipperfield was a big circus of the era. So Bert basically has to get hold of a red nose so he can do his performance. But a rival circus is in town, and the person in charge of that, Mr. Big Top, has to sort of stop Bert so that he can't put his show on, and that circus is like the winner, the one that everyone goes to. It's like I guess it's like most games of the era, it's like a 2D side-scrolling platformer.
Okay, so you've given me the year, the platform it was on, a quite in-depth synopsis of the game. How old were you when you played this game? That's my first question.
Well, I didn't play it straight away because I didn't get a Mega Drive until later. I was a Master System when the Mega Drive was out, so I got it a bit later. So this came out in apparently came out in '92. I didn't play it until later, so I'd have been like 12 maybe, like mid-90s, 94, 95 probably.
And I just want to let everyone know that this is before I was even born. So I just want to make everyone aware of that. This is before I was even born. Has Alex heard of this game? Have you played this game, Alex?
I haven't played this game, but I was, you got to remember, 1992. I was 3 years old, so when this game came out, I was very young, and also I hated clowns growing up, so and still not a massive fan of them, if I'm honest. So I would not have been drawn to this game under any circumstances.
Yeah, and remember that my family is a circus family. Like officially, I should be a Chipperfield. That is my dad. My actual dad is a Chipperfield. So this is a game I was like very much into. I couldn't get it straight away as it wasn't on Master System, but yeah, I'm not surprised Alex hasn't played it because it's not like one of the most well-known.
It's a cult classic.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure I'd say it a classic, but I liked it. I mean, kids like some terrible games.
This is sounding like it's just your life you're explaining now. Tom, this is sounding like it's just your life you're explaining. So, no wait, do you have it on hand? Do you have a physical copy of this game?
No, I don't. I barely got any old games. I've sold them all. That's what happens when you get
we've
older.
talked about this.
How convenient that you don't have it.
We've talked about Tom's regret having sold them all.
Do you want a little?
I'm trying to look at Tom. I'm trying to look at you and see if you're. Give me a
summarize
hint.
it again for you. Do a bit
Go
more.
on.
Let's break it down. Clown Time, right? Stars, but beeswax. Side-scrolling platformer, classic, like of the time. Each level is like part of the journey to get this to the shop. So he's got to go through like woods, town centre, ends up in the circus, has boss battles, etc. Trying to think back. Boss battles. There was one against like a clown car. The clowns all come out of that. There's the final one is against Mr. Big Top.
Okay, I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say that it's real because you've said I'm trying to think back. You're not trying to think about it. You're trying to think back. So that means that it has to be real, right? Because it's something that you're trying to recollect. You're trying to go into your memories to find it. Unless you're doing some Jedi mind tricks, not Jedi mind tricks, but unless you're trying to intentionally do that, it's real. It's real. Clown Time is real.
Right. So Clown Time, 1992 action platformer from Sega, is fake.
Okay, so you're a better actor than I thought, to be honest, Tom. You're a better actor than I thought. Do you know what it is? Tom speaks with such lack of emotion.
No, what you're looking for there is authority.
Yeah.
Knowledge.
Okay, that was robust. To be honest, that was a robust lie and deceit, and well played. I'll give you that one. So that is 2L to me. And you know what? It's fine. How many is there? Because I feel like I can bring it back.
There's a few.
We've got quite a few. We'll just see how the time goes. Yeah,
I'll bring it back.
We've
It's
got
fine.
options. I'm going to give you a movie tie-in. I'm going to say this before I'm going to preface this by saying this. The 90s was a weird time for movie tie-ins and children. So the game I'm going to give you is Pulp Fiction, which was a Sega Mega Drive game released in 1996. It's 2 years after the film. The film was like 94, I think, or maybe 95. So a little bit after the film, and it was after the film was hugely popular. there was no Super Nintendo version because it was considered too violent, and the film was considered too adult. And Nintendo, a bit like how there was a Super Nintendo version of Mortal Kombat, but they took all the blood out.
Yeah.
This game was so violent that Nintendo wouldn't allow it at all. And it's sort of, you played as Samuel L. Jackson's character from that film, because I think they were sort of capitalizing on how popular he was. And it had chiptune versions of the Pulp Fiction soundtrack, so like the, you know, all those classic songs that were on that soundtrack that people love, and people think of as Pulp Fiction songs now, were featured in that game. Yeah. You can ask me questions now.
Okay, so Pulp Fiction.
Have you seen the film?
Yeah, I watched it the other day, actually. Watched it the other day.
So the thing I would say, before you ask any questions, is what I was getting at the start when I said the 90s was a really weird time, is like you would get hugely violent movies like The Terminator or Aliens that were M-rated, 18-rated, 15-rated movies, and then they would make cartoons of them or put out lines of Terminator or RoboCop. He's shooting people's dicks off, and then they're putting action figures out aimed at 9-year-olds.
Okay.
And so there was a lot of that in the 90s. And so I thought on this list it would be good to have an example of that. And this is my personal favourite of them, but it's because Pulp Fiction is one of my favourite films. So.
Well, I remember having like toys for Alien toys.
Yeah.
And they were like from like kids toys for a film that was like 18 and like seen as like horrific. But you know, that's what they were like when I was a kid.
So you said it was a weird time, but from the way you're speaking of it, it sounds like they done it anyway.
Well, this is what I mean. There were loads of them. This Pulp Fiction game is not an outlier in the sense that they made games out of all sorts of adult movies. On the flip side, this one is a bit of an outlier because a lot of the violent films they made games out of were just brainless action movies. You know, Rambo, stuff like that. This one a bit unique because they took a film where there is action, but it's mostly people talking and people in bad situations, and they basically just made a game that was like barely anything to do with the film. In the film,
what did you do in the game?
Well, so Jules, Sam Jackson's character, it's basically a side-scrolling shooter. So you know, he's got his pistol and you're running and jumping, and it's like I wouldn't call it a fully fledged platformer because it's sort of more grounded, more realistic. You're not jumping high, you're jumping a short distance to get over stuff and stuff like that, and you can duck down behind blocks and then come up and shoot. But it was always weird, and at the time the game came in for a lot of criticism because it was like, what does this have to do with the film? Like, you know, you sort of go through some locations from the film, so you go through like the club where where Ving Rhames is I forget his character's name now, is the boss and all that sort of stuff. But people were like, hang on, the message of the film is that Sam Jackson's character at the end realizes this isn't worth it and walks away from that life. And 2 years later they release a video game where Sam Jackson's blowing hundreds of people away.
I'm trying to think, man. I would say yes, because it was a popular film. We said it's 2 years after, right? 2 years after the film.
Yeah, I think so. It was 96 and Pulp Fiction was definitely either 93, 94 or 95. I can't remember without checking, but yeah.
I think from looking back, I think because the Lethal Weapon movies were turned into games, I remember they did really well.
They were.
And I think it maybe was only on the SNES that I never had it. But I remember reading about it in like meme machines or something. I remember looking very similar to that game, but I never played either of them because like I was like not interested. But
what system was it on? What system was this game?
Weapon games. Oh, this one.
No, the Pulp Fiction one.
Pulp Fiction was only on Mega Drive because, like I say, Nintendo or Genesis, because Sega allowed anything, but Nintendo at that time were quite iffy about. They saw themselves as a children's toy, which, like I say, the most famous example of that is them taking all the blood out of Mortal Kombat and removing the fatality where you ripped out the spine, because Nintendo was like, we don't want any part of that. You can release the game, but you have to cut all the violence. Well, not all the violence, but the heavy violence. This game I don't know if the developers refused, if they decided it wasn't worth it, but they just decided to release it on Mega Drive. The Mega Drive was sort of the more adult system of the time. Like, all the marketing that Sega did for the Mega Drive was all about Nintendo's for kiddies, Nintendo's for babies, we've got attitude. That's why he's the hedgehog with attitude, right? Is because Mario is all woohoo, okie dokie, and Sonic is a bit of an asshole, really.
Yeah.
And so that was the whole Sega thing. They had more adult stuff.
I'm not gonna lie. I want to say yes here. Because I've seen questionable games come out. Like, questionable games. First questionable game that comes to mind are things like BMX XXX. Like when I think of questionable games that are like, oh, this shouldn't have come out on this system because it was had too much sex or or like Leisure Suit Larry, things like that. So I'm gonna say these things happen. These things happen in games. So, man, Pulp Fiction, when I think of it, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I know you said that Samuel Jackson, his character Jules, is shooting people up, but a little shooting game back in those days, blood and gore didn't really look that bad where they had to like censor it. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that it's a real thing, because surely they couldn't really animate blood back in those times. Like,
you'd be surprised, and it's all relative, right? We're used to some pretty heinous stuff now, so everything back then looked tame. But you know, when you did a Mortal Kombat fatality back in the day, it was like, whoa. However, I can tell you that this is not true.
What is this, man?
A lot of what we said about it is pretty true, in the sense that all the stuff we said about there being loads of game adaptations of adult stuff in the 90s that there probably shouldn't have been game adaptations of is true. So, you know, Lethal Weapon, as Tom said, there was a Lethal Weapon game, and there were Alien games and Rambo games and Terminator games.
Yeah.
And it was always pretty bonkers.
I'm going to go peripheral now, just to throw a curveball bit, right? So,
let's go.
And this is a bit later, so we're sticking with the 90s, but this is a peripheral for the Nintendo 64, so this was later 90s. And I would say it's probably, there was in the time, like, peripherals were like all over the place. Like, I remember they took the piss, really, like particularly for stuff like the Game Boy. They used to get these things that strapped on, and it was like, looked like a massive machine on top of the Game Boy and stuff to magnify it, a light, a cheat card. It was ridiculous. There was tons of peripherals. Right, this one is what I consider one of the worst peripherals of all time. It's the N64, the N64 Game Organizer. Okay, so you can probably guess what that is, or maybe you can't. It is essentially, it's essentially a drawer. Okay, so it's a cabinet. You can probably see it's about this big, and it's branded Nintendo 64. It's official, and the box is legit. It looks like the style of the box is actually quite like the Nintendo 64 box itself, the big box it came in, like the red and the black and everything else. And it's a black drawer, and you slide it out, and you can put 12 cartridges in, and that's it. That's its purpose. It's to store cartridges. N64 games came in cardboard boxes, right? So you couldn't just put. So often, I mean, what I did, because I was a geek, I would fold the boxes up nicely, keep them safe, and then I would have the cartridges loose. I wish I had an N64 Game Organizer to put my cartridges in. I think you can also, because it was just a drawer, you could put SNES cartridges as well. It didn't really matter. Like, it fitted them. You could have 12 essentially, and it's a bit of a collector's item now. Like, it goes for like over £100 on eBay often, because it's a physical object that can break. It's just harder to keep around in good condition. But yeah, that's it. It's a drawer for cartridges. It's called the N64 Game Organizer.
Was it attached to the N64?
No.
Or was it just like off to the side?
It's just a thing you could put anywhere. So if you wanted it on your desk, you could put it next to the TV on the cabinet, whatever.
That doesn't sound far-fetched at all. Having like I had a CD rack for my PlayStation games and stuff like that, so that doesn't sound wild at all. It sounds like something that I would expect, and But because it sounds so normal, it leads me to believe that this is lies. It leads me to believe that this isn't actually a thing. And I really want to say that it is a thing. But the way this game is going right now, okay, let me exhaust my questions. No, but you're saying quite a lot though. You said it holds 12 games.
Yeah.
The thing about N64 having cardboard boxes sucked. I mean, and the Super Nintendo did as well. And the original Game Boy and the Game Boy Color, they only went over to plastic boxes with the DS. The Mega Drive, no, some Mega Drive boxes were cardboard. Most of them were plastic, but like Sonic and Knuckles inexplicably had a cardboard box, and it just sucked. Like, as someone who is a games collector,
yeah.
So
I remember the cartridges, right?
I remember, Tom. Do you remember N60? I think it was N64 magazine gave away like individual plastic boxes for N64 games.
Yeah. I think there was also
I had a bunch of those.
There was one. I'm sure I got one once. It was like almost like a washing up rack that you could stack them in. This was more of an enclosed unit. Like it had like a sense of like it was a thing that cost, like, I can't remember how much it was when I was a kid. But it was more than, it wasn't just a cheap bit of plastic. It was like fairly well made. It was officially licensed. Like, it wasn't, I don't know what, Mad Cats, whatever else was around at the time. It was an official Nintendo licensed product. And it looked decent. I mean, it was a 90s bit of furniture essentially. So it wasn't like super stylish, but I mean, it was what it was. It was a drawer.
You guys have like put emphasis on the boxes now. And I'm starting to think, did the N64 even have cardboard boxes in my head? But I'm thinking, yeah, of course, yeah, they did. They did, right? It's not the boxes, is it? It's not like the boxes is like, that's not some weird bait you guys are trying to do.
No, well, I'll tell you legitimately, we're not lying about the cardboard boxes. That is a fact.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah.
64 games.
So it's been real, fake. No, real.
We are picking that at random as well, so I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Put stock into that.
I'm trying to find any way in to get a point here.
Just think about the product, I guess. The thing I'd say to you is you've got to remember that then the 90s were a time when video games were seen more as toys, and so the way peripherals and accessories were done was a lot more like toys, as in there was a lot of tat. It's like Tom said, the thing that I think of definitively when I think of that is a giant bloody thing that straps onto your Game Boy. That means your Game Boy is like way less portable, but it's a giant magnifying glass, so it makes the 4-inch screen look like it's twice the size, and it's got a light that shines on the screen because the screen's impossible to see in daylight. And everybody had that. Everybody had that. I had like a big old battery pack for the Game Boy Color that like made the machine double the size but doubled the battery life, and it stayed on my Game Boy basically its whole life, and I don't understand why, because you could just change the batteries. The 90s was a time for tat.
I'm gonna say that it's real, because if it's just random stuff in the 90s, random stuff, and it seems something's legit. I feel like you said, it's like the worst peripheral, but it sounds like something that would make sense. Where else are you gonna put your cartridges, right?
Imagine getting bought this at Christmas. Imagine. Like,
yeah.
Oh, thanks for my drawer, Dad. Thanks. Just what I wanted.
Who knows?
Right. So you're going.
It's real.
Are you sticking with real?
I'm sticking with real. Yeah.
So the Nintendo 64 Game Organizer is real. Well
there
done.
we go. 1 point. 1 point. Do you know what? You was like, it's the worst one. I'm like, it's the worst accessory, but that doesn't sound too bad. I had an organizer, but not for N64. I had it for a PlayStation, and it was legit, man. CD rack before we went digital. CD rack of sorts. But yeah, that's 1 point to me, and I'll take my 1 point. Thank you very much. I'm taking that 1 point with pride. Thank you. This is it. This is a come up now.
Okay, let's stick with peripherals then, since you've done a peripheral. So my peripheral for you is the Game Boy Sonar. So this was an add-on for the Game Boy, for the original black and white Game Boy, that when you plugged it in, did work on the Game Boy Color as well, acted as an underwater sonar for detecting movement underwater. So it was a cartridge you put into the top of your Game Boy, and then you'd have a wire that would come out of the top of the cartridge, and you'd throw that wire in the water, and on the Game Boy screen you would get a little bit of sonar.
What did the adverts look like for this device? Would you know? Because I would like to know what Nintendo thought gamers were trying to find.
Well, there was a period of time where there were accessories for the Game Boy. Like, I'm sure you've probably heard of the Game Boy camera, and the Game Boy printer, and so this was along those lines. Except whereas that was just a little bit of fun, this had a utility. So I've never seen a commercial for it, but the purpose was for people who are fishers. So you would take it out on the boat with you, and you would boot up your Game Boy and trip the sonar thing over the edge and use the sonar to try to detect where there might be fish. In fact, it did include, when you would plug that cartridge in on land, it included a fishing mini game that you could play separately as part of the experience. But yeah, it was for people who went fishing, basically.
So fishers and people with Nintendos, I feel like these things don't go hand in hand, man. Like, to be a I'm assuming at the time, Nintendos were still for kids. I'm not sure how much fishing kids were doing unless it's with their parents. This is a product obviously designed in Japan. Gaming always, it was actually put out by Bandai, later part of Bandai Namco, of course. And gaming's always been a little bit more all ages. Yeah.
I feel like gaming for adults was more acceptable in Japan sooner than it was in the West. But yeah, I mean, it was literally that. It was a sonar thing.
I feel like in Japan they wouldn't have allowed such things to happen on fishing trips. I can imagine like some old Japanese man who is like super traditional, who is like feeling
possibly, but they as a people, generally speaking, like a good old gadget. And obviously
that is true.
As someone sports like fishing or golf, I'm a golfer, and the amount of gadgets you can buy for like measuring your swing and all that sort of stuff is astonishing. And I don't fish, but I imagine I used a 10-pin bowl, and the amount of gadgets you can buy for measuring and figuring out how good your spin is and all that sort of stuff, or figuring out what the oil on the lane is like, the list is enormous. So it wouldn't surprise me. I bet they're standalone sonar things. So I think the question would be, was this device like a cheaper way? If you already owned a Game Boy, was buying this cheaper than buying a dedicated sonar thing, if that was something you wanted to use?
But in my head, I'm thinking of, what year did this come out, roughly? What year?
It was late 90s, so like 97, 98.
To buy something with sonar that attaches to a Game Boy, nah. Sonar in my head is still something that you need sonar on a Game Boy. Nah, this is lies, man.
Sonar though is like super old tech, right? It's not like we're talking
about World War I tech.
It doesn't matter though. So imagine it's like saying, X-rays. Imagine they had an X-ray for attachment for the Game Boy. How much was the Game Boy camera when do you remember?
Oh, I think it was probably like 60 or 70 quid, if I had to guess.
60, 70 pounds.
But back then, right? This was quite a lot of money back then.
Before inflation, 60, 70 pounds.
I think maybe I want to say, this is just a guess, but I want to say that the Game Boy camera is probably. The number in my head is that it was 80 quid in a bundle with the printer. I don't know where I'm getting that from.
Nah, it's a lie. This one is fake. What is your kid doing with sonar? No, sonar fishing. What is he trying to catch? What is he trying to catch with the Game Boy? No, lies. Final answer.
I am afraid that this is true. the Game Boy Pocket Sonar.
Had enough. No, it's not.
The Game Boy
it's
Pocket
not.
Sonar, it released for the Game Boy by Bandai, as I said. It used sonar and it could locate fish up to 20 meters away underwater for the purpose of fishing.
How much did this cost? How much did this cost?
I don't know. I don't know. It was the first ever sonar thing.
$500.
No, I mean it would have been. It would have been like if I Google it now, right?
No way.
So, like a proper posh professional fish finder, they tend to call them.
Yeah.
Looks like it's like 150 quid. I Google it and I've got sonar coming up for 45 quid, like full all-in-one ones. So it probably was cheaper to buy this thing for Game Boy than it was to go and buy a standalone.
No. This just doesn't sound right though, because who bought this? I would like to see the financial chart for the sales figures for this, because I need to know. I don't even know any fishers. Have you guys ever been fishing? Nah, you two have definitely been fishing. Nah, yes.
I've got some friends who fish, but I've never been. I'm trying to find out how much the Game Boy camera cost when it was new, but I can't bloody find it anywhere.
What's the
I'm
score now?
flabbergasted. What is it now? 3-1?
Is it 3 or 4?
Is
I
it
can't
3?
remember. We'll
It's
see.
3-1,
We'll
I
see
think.
in a minute. That's it.
The Game Boy camera was $50 and the Game Boy printer was $60. So it was $100 for both, which means my guess of 80 quid for the pair is probably about right.
Did you guys have the camera when it released?
I did. I don't think I had it when it released, but I think it was probably a Christmas present or something.
No.
I loved it. It was great. And what's really surreal now is I've still got mine somewhere downstairs, and the battery in it hasn't gone yet. So when I boot it up, there are photos from 20 years ago on
Jesus
it,
Christ.
which is really surreal. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Listen, your parents had to love you a lot to be buying you a sonar device. That's all I'm saying. For a Game Boy. Outrageous.
I had to guess it's probably about the same price as the Game Boy camera. It's probably like 50 or 60.
Outrageous. They're selling sonars for £60. Sorry, this is blowing my mind.
He's not letting this go. He's just, that's it now.
Nah, sonar. To me, sonar sounds like when you think of sonar, I'm thinking of like echolocation, submarine, this like ping people from miles away. That's what I'm thinking in my head. But I'm assuming this is just like a microphone that's hearing sounds. But
right, so you can't believe sonar, right? How about this? You hopefully believe this a bit more, right? You know about shoes, right? Shoes. Everyone has shoes, right? So this is another peripheral. They're called the sneaker shoes. Okay, the sneaker shoes. It's another add-on. It was for like the NES, SNES, so it worked on both. Like we say, peripherals were a big thing back then. This was essentially, so one of the things about games and the marketing for peripherals in particular was have an advantage over your friends, be better than everyone else, be like the best gamer. It was very big in marketing back then. So the sneaker shoes were essentially, you'd have this pair of shoes. Only one of them was a special controller, but you had bought in a pair, so it looked like you were wearing normal shoes, right? Why they thought anyone would believe this, I don't know, because you'd know instantly if your friend had these on, right? But the point was that you'd wear these shoes and you'd be playing your mate, but they wouldn't know you had this extra controller in your foot, right? And it had 2 buttons essentially. So on the right foot, you could press forward on the toes, and that would be a button, and you could press back on the heel, and that would be a button. So you'd be playing with your controller, your SNES or NES controller. Your mate would be there, but you could have an advantage because you could press 2 extra buttons that they couldn't, right? So that's why it was the sneaker shoe, because you were being a bit sneaky. You had this extra thing on, and like I said, like no one didn't know this was a thing, right? So it wasn't like you were that clever, like you were having these shoes on and you knew because you'd seen them around. But that's the way it was marketed. Like these days you get all this spy toys and stuff for kids. This was like be a bit cool, be a bit sneaky, beat your mates because you've got this advantage in games wearing the sneaker shoes. And they just look like normal trainers, right? They were white, sort of what you get from like the big, bulky 90s style trainer.
Yep. So, sneaker shoes is what they were called. What were they called over here?
They're still called sneaker shoes because it was the. I know the trainers. They're called trainers over here, right? Shoes, like sneakers. Yeah. But sneaker was the pun, like be a sneak, be a bit underhand.
And people knew what sneakers were in the 90s because American culture in the UK, because American culture was so pervasive. Yeah. No one called Sonic's shoes sneaker trainers. Everyone called them sneakers.
I'm trying to think in my head. What system was this for? SNES?
SNES and NES. A lot of peripherals. Worked on both.
I'm trying to think. This is... How bullshit is this? Because... How you... It wasn't wireless. It wasn't wireless.
It was. You just had to plug in. Again, this is like the...
Tommy.
Listen. You could have wireless devices back then, but you had to plug it in to the console, and then it was connected wirelessly to the shoe. But you had to still connect something to the console. Still, it was not a like. You got to think about how when kids buy these days, they buy like spy headsets, right? Literally, my son's got one. All it is a light. Yeah, and it's meant to be like, see in the dark, you're amazing, you're a spy. Yeah. But it's just a set of goggles and there's a light comes out of it. It does nothing. Yeah, they don't care because it's the fact that you've got.
I think I'd say, Durrani, accessories sucked. Like were great and sucked. So I had a Mega Drive accessory. It was like an Xbox Kinect. So it was sensors. It was a circle that you'd stand in. And it had sensors that sort of pointed up. So you'd stand in the middle of the circle, and as you punched or kicked, each sensor corresponded to a button, and you could use it to play fighting games or whatever. And it was absolutely just terrible. But people bought them en masse. And, you know, the Power Glove, right, is the most infamous example of that.
What's that?
Immortalized. What's that?
Yeah, the Power Glove. Crap. What is it? I don't know what it is.
The Power Glove was a Nintendo NES peripheral that was a glove that you wore, and basically you would control things in the game through movement of your digits, and then you had buttons on the top that you could hit with your other hand. Okay. So you would play like this, doing all this, and it was like marketed as the coolest thing you could have, and quite famously it had very significant product placement in a film where a character like plays a game with it, and the kid goes in the most 90s thing possible. He holds it like this across his chest and goes, "I love the Power Glove, it's so bad." So that's the thing, things like the Power Glove existed, so peripherals were crazy back then.
I always find it funny at your reactions to me not knowing stuff from back.
I can't believe you don't know the Power Glove, because that's one of those like gaming. Like if I thought there was any chance that you didn't know the Power Glove, I would have put it on this list.
Do you know what it is? You guys are under the assumption that because I game now, that I've been gaming since I was young. Like since I was like, I wasn't gaming since I was like tiny. Trust me, I wasn't. Like, I started gaming like in high school, like properly in high school. So like all of this stuff that happened when I was like 6 and stuff. There was like they were in the house, but I didn't care about them. I was outside doing other stuff. But so things like that went over my head, and of course, my age as well. But sorry. So the sneaker shoe,
shoes. You get two. Only one of them is a controller.
Sneaker shoes. If you're meant to be sneaking, how's your friend not going to see you plug some extra device in? Explanation.
That's the point. Like I'm trying to say, like it was the idea of like selling you on being this underhand at getting this advantage over your mates. But like everything, it was a toy, right? And it was not.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't do the job like you would. Like if you wanted to be a spy, you wouldn't go into a toy shop now and buy a infrared, whatever night vision set or
Yeah.
Like my son's got these laser tripwires, and you can literally just walk over them because they're like completely. You have to physically walk into them to set them off, and otherwise you just avoid them. Right? Toys are not great at doing the thing. As an adult, you look at them and go, "That's ridiculous," but as a kid, you're like, "I've got a sneaker shoe." Yeah, it's like it's a different way of thinking.
So I'm trying to think here, how bulky was this shoe? Because like it had to be platforms you're wearing. Because do you know what? No, because I'm thinking wireless.
It was fine. It was just because you weren't meant to wear them out, right? They weren't like shoes you'd wear around. You'd put them on in your house when you were gaming, whatever. So it was just in the sole, right? It's not massively advanced tech to have a circuit board to go. That's a button and that's a button. And then a wireless transmitter. Like this is all technology that, as a kid, it seems really advanced, but it's not. It's very basic stuff.
Nah, do you know what? It's fake, because if that technology was about, we would have had wireless controllers way sooner.
We did. We had them ages ago. They're just.
In fairness, Johnny, like for the first major wireless controller that was a major success.
Yeah.
Was the Wavebird on the GameCube. However, I had wireless controllers for both the Super Nintendo and the Mega Drive. They were third party. I think the big difference with the Wavebird was the first time that a company, that a console maker made a wireless controller, I think. Or at least the first time they made a serious go at it. But I owned wireless controllers for the SNES and the Mega Drive. Yeah, I've still got my Mega Drive one somewhere in this house. So.
Okay. I feel like I exhausted way more than 3 questions.
I'll tell you how they worked, by the way. They were infrared. So you'd plug a thing into the front of the console.
Yeah.
And then the controller would obviously have an infrared thing on the back, like a TV remote.
Yeah.
And so that was how it would work. So they weren't wireless as in 2.4 gigahertz or Bluetooth or any of that. Because as you say, that technology didn't exist. But as long as you had line of sight to the console from the controller, it would work.
Mm-hmm. Nah, this is sounding a bit too far-fetched now. This is sounding like, it's just a bit too much. Like, what's the advantage? Because, like, your button mapping... Did they even have button mapping back then? Like, to add 2 extra buttons to your shoes? Furthermore, nah, it just sounds a bit too far-fetched. I'm going to say that it's...
You're definitely going fake.
Yeah.
Right. So the sneaker shoes, I wish I'd had them, but they are fake.
There you go. Do you know what? Yeah. I like how you guys. It was elaborate. You guys were in cahoots there to try and sell it, but no. This is stick with your gut here. These guys, wireless shoes. Back on. No.
4-2, I think. 4-2.
Where is this 4 coming from? I'm sure it's 3-2, to be honest. I'm sure it's 3-2. But we continue. But I'll take my point, to be honest. You guys are trying to trip me up here. But no. Okay, let's do it.
I'm going to give you a game called McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure. 1993. Platform game. It's actually Sega exclusive. So Sega published it. It wasn't on Nintendo platforms.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a McDonald's mascot game. So you play as Ronald McDonald, and you have all those other characters, the Hamburglar, and I can't remember the names of the others, but you know what I'm talking about. And yeah, it's a McDonald's game.
See, do you know what? The other games that you guys have described had the elaborate synopsis about what the game was. This, you just went, it's a McDonald's game. So it's,
well, you can ask me questions.
So what type of game was it then?
Platform game.
These are platforms.
Well, it was the 90s. But Ronald McDonald is, as the name Treasure Land Adventure suggests, Ronald McDonald is gathering treasure. And he's jumping and he's defeating enemies and he's finding buried treasure. And he has magic because he's magical, because of course he's magical. It's a platformer.
Sega, and I'm sure I played a McDonald's game at some point. I feel like.
So what I'd say is there were there were multiple McDonald's games in
That's
the
what I'm
90s.
saying. I feel like there was quite a few. 'Cause I feel like I played one.
I'm trying to think what the other one was called. But there was a real famous one, like Mac and Me or something, Mac Adventure or something. I can't remember what it was called. There was another one.
So what I'd
that I
say is
remember.
the successful McDonald's game that everyone thinks of was an NES game, and was made in the late 80s, I think. And then of course, you know, as you get into the 90s, I feel like the appetite for children to be advertised to, of paying £50 for the pleasure of being advertised to, was beginning to wane. But they were still pumping them out, and that's where you get McDonald's Treasureland Adventure.
It doesn't sound like something that's far-fetched because McDonald's is a massive franchise, and kids Happy Meals.
The thing that sets this game apart, I would say, is that this game was made by Treasure. Now, you probably don't know who Treasure is, but Treasure is a beloved Japanese developer. They're probably most famous for making a game called Gunstar Heroes. In fact, this was the next game they made after Gunstar Heroes. So they made this beautiful action game that is one of the best games of its generation. And then they made a McDonald's game. But then they went on to make stuff like Mischief Makers on the N64 and Guardian Heroes on the Saturn. And they're still making games today. And they've made Wario games for Nintendo and Bleach games and Radiant Silvergun and all sorts of stuff. So Treasure is a beloved company. So this was the interesting thing. It was a McDonald's game that was made out of Japan.
So what's the full title of the game?
McDonald's Treasureland Adventure.
This one.
You play as Ronald, but like Grimace, Hamburglar, Birdie, Fry, like, you know, all those sort of characters are in it. I can't remember any of the others, but there's loads of them, aren't there? They're all gone now. They don't use them anymore.
I'm going to say yes. This one is more off the fact that I feel like I've played a McDonald's game. I feel like this was quite specific, and there's no way in hell that I'd be able to pinpoint this one. The peripherals I can sort of gauge by just knowledge of technology and where it was at the time. Well, I think I knew where it was at the time. But with this, I feel like I've just played a McDonald's game before. So I'm gonna say it sounds real. And maybe McDonald's, they would have shipped it off to be created by a Japanese studio. Who knows? Platformer game. I'm gonna say it is real. No more.
It is real. Yes.
So what's that now? What's that? 3-4. We're catching up. I say we, but it's me and myself here.
Do you know the TV and you probably do know him, Tim Allen, right? Famous actor.
Yeah.
Buzz Lightyear. He was in a TV show in the 90s called Home Improvement. Do you remember that?
Of course.
The guy is like looking over the garden fence. That's that program, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, like we said, there's a lot of tie-in games in the 90s. There was a Home Improvement video game. Obviously, there was Home Improvement Power Tool Pursuit. So, essentially, Tim Allen he's still the same person he is in the TV show, but he gets taken into another TV show. So he's not in Home Improvement anymore. He's in this other TV show that's about dinosaurs, essentially, like robotic dinosaurs, and he has to get through and get hold of all his power tools. And it sounds ridiculous, but that is Home Improvement Power Tools.
Sounds like Ratchet and Clank. Sounds like you've stolen Ratchet and Clank and put Home Improvement on top of it. I'm gonna see, what year was this out?
It was out in mid-90s. I want to say 94. It was just like out of an era where there was just endless licensed games. I mean, games were very much marketed to kids, and anything with a license was seen as a kid's game. I mean, Home Improvement was like that classic after you've had your dinner, you sit down and with your family, and that's on. Like, it was one of the things that were on around like that 6:30 time slot.
Do you know what? Home Improvement, for me, I always remember that in the morning. because I'm watching like, I don't know, it was always in the morning, like before school sometimes. I would see that come on. So I feel like we're watching two different home improvements here, two different versions. It was a big show, right? It was a massive show.
Like, yeah, I mean, you know it, right? And this was from the 90s. Like, it's not like it has a legacy, right? People think back, and that's one of the programs of the 90s that was a big deal.
Yeah. In my mind's eye, I feel like I remember I've seen this somewhere before, and like, was the starting weapon a hammer? Was it a hammer?
I can't remember, but he had all of them, like the power drill, the hammer, etc.
I feel like I can remember like a massive hammer as like even like the video game art, or am I just thinking of the home improvement logo?
You might be. I mean, it's like a classic platformer, action platformer, because everything was that kind of thing. And you had your weapons, saw, etc. Things that he would have used as a home improvement expert.
Yes, this is real. This is real, because I feel like if they're gonna do Pulp Fiction, they would do home improvement as well. And I feel like this has more video game, like it's easier to convert to a video game because of, you know, run around with a hammer, kill everything, and if it's little dinosaurs, then yeah. No. I feel like this is real, because I feel like I can see it somewhere. I'm like looking back to like a one frame in my memory somewhere years ago that I have seen something like this. So yeah.
All right. So to go possibly 4-4. It's real.
It's real. It's real. There we go. See? Nah, we're using intuition now. Because you know what? I guarantee if I search what the game picture was, I can guarantee there's like a hammer in the logo somewhere, and it's like big, and it's just like, yeah, no. Putting it back.
So I think this is it. This is Alex has got to do the final one. This is to decide who is victorious. This is the
decider.
It's called Chester Cheetah Wild Quest. Durrani, do you know who Chester Cheetah is?
Chester Cheetah?
Yeah.
I don't.
So Chester Cheetah is the mascot of Cheetos. You know, the cheetah.
Oh, it ain't
mascot.
Easy being cheesy, that guy.
Yeah. No. So this was a video game made around the Chester Cheetah character. 1993.
Yeah.
Super Nintendo, Mega Drive. I'm sure you can guess what sort of game it is.
Platformer, 2D platformer, yeah.
It is, but it's also got like driving sections for some reason.
Okay.
Chester Cheetah drives a motorbike. It's a little bit of a Sonic ripoff, except instead of rings, you're collecting Cheetos, cheese puffs.
God damn.
It's whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
So you are, but what I mean by it's a bit of a Sonic ripoff is that you die if you don't have any Cheetos on you. The same as if in Sonic, if you got rings, you just drop your rings, but if you get hit without rings, you die. Same sort of thing. Yeah, feel free to ask me some questions.
I feel like there's too many American games. Too many American games. Cheetos is not even a thing. It is now, but I don't think it's always been a thing over here in the UK. Because I feel like I can't ask what type of game it is, because they're all the same basically from back in the day.
You got to remember,
like
that
I say, it's very, very.
The UK market was small, right? The US market was much bigger.
Huge. I'm trying to think.
But yeah, you had to collect cheese puffs. It was very Sonic. Cheese puffs function like rings, so you died if you got hit and didn't have one. If you managed to collect 100, you got an extra life.
Yeah.
You know.
I feel like that's a common mechanic though, and I feel like a lot of people would have been trying to rip Sonic off at the time. Am I right in saying that? A lot of people collect rings.
I think people were mostly interested in ripping Mario off, but I think there were the share of Sonic knockoffs. Yeah.
Tom, is this a game that you remember or know of?
I do remember it. Yeah, I never had it because, like, as a kid, I didn't have that many games. But yeah, it's just one of the many. Like, I try to stay away from too much of the licensed stuff because I was obviously a cultured reader of video game magazines, so I played only the very best games. But yeah, I remember it.
It's real. Because people would have reasoning behind it.
Even though it's to win.
Yeah, no. Because I'm thinking in my head, Sonic was a popular game. Sonic is a game that I feel people would have been trying to grab some of that success. The same thing that happens today. Brands.
I will tell you about that. Yeah, like I say, it's Sonic. Like, it actually, because you didn't ask any of the question I thought you might ask. What can I tell you about it to help you make an informed decision? Chester Cheetah, he's an animal and he breaks out of a zoo.
Yeah.
And then he basically, there's a quest along the way where there's something he's got to collect, but I can't think what it is. But he's making his way across the US. So it's like, rather than the fantastic or outlandish platformer stages, you're going to California, Nebraska, Alaska, Arkansas.
Sounding like Madagascar, the game.
So it's Chester Cheetah escaping from the zoo, and then making his way across the US, I guess.
Sounding like Madagascar, the plot of Madagascar, the film. But the plot doesn't really, like, knowing the plot doesn't really help. I think doesn't really help my decision. I think what helps me inform my decision is, people would have been trying to get some of the Sonic shine and see if they can just quickly make a game and make a quick buck, and then I'm still gonna say it is real.
It is real.
There you go.
Actually, 2 Chester Cheetah games. The one I'm talking about is the second one. The first one is apparently diabolically bad. The second one is apparently not so bad.
Yeah.
Another one also developed by a Japanese developer, developed by Kaneko.
Hey.
They developed a lot of like anime games, and a game series called Gal's Panic, which is porn games. A series of porn games.
Well.
Yeah.
Interesting. So
I think you've won. I mean, when the numbers get put up, we may end up drawing. But I think you have come out victorious.
Yeah, we might have lost track.
I can't believe it.
I hope you guys at EGX, if you stayed and watched, had fun. We had fun. I had fun. I'm clearly more knowledgeable or an incredibly good guesser than the boys anticipated. But yeah, that has been Durrani, Alex, and Tom from VG247.com. Enjoy EGX. See you later.
Hello and welcome back to GI Live. In this session, we're talking about the career, hopes and views of the person in charge of one of the most powerful and influential games companies on the planet. It is the president and CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment, Jim Ryan. Hello, Jim.
Hey, Chris. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you in person.
Yes, it's been a while.
It's been. We were talking about how long it's been, but I don't really want to talk about that because it's been a while. And I was talking about. I was actually before this. I was trying to think about the pandemic really and all the things that's happened in the last 18 months. And I know it's been challenging for everybody, and it's been for PlayStation. There's been some delays, and there's manufacturing issues, all this sort of thing that you've had to deal with. But when I look at what you've achieved. The games you released, Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima, Spider-Man, Ratchet & Clank, Returnal. You've acquired a load of businesses, you've bought some game studios, and then the PS5 has got off to a huge start. You must be feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, it's been quite a ride the last 18 months. We closed the offices in March 2020, like everybody, and then I flew back. But my kind of lifestyle has been quite unusual, and it feels like I'm spending most of my life working in the dark. I get up and I start very, very early in the morning, crossover with Japan, and then I break, and then I start again for crossover with the States. So it almost, I don't get to see that much daylight a lot of the time. So that's been weird.
Wow.
But, really, really proud and happy with what the team has managed to achieve over that period. And you listed it out. I mean, the great games, in 2020 with Ghost of Tsushima and Last of Us Part 2, and then obviously the launch, and that was quite something to do that from a dining room table in Highgate in North London. It was a fairly unusual experience, and not one I care to repeat, but it was quite a blast going through it.
Yeah, I've never known a console launch like it. It was launching the PlayStation 5 without actually being able to hands-on with it. And then people, the demand was there. People came out for it, didn't they? And it's been great.
Yeah, you touched on the difficulties of making the machine, and in a pandemic, it's obviously extremely challenging. But I'm so happy and so proud that we've managed to get to 10 million sold through faster than we've ever done it before. And I think there's tons of demand out there, but to actually be able to build the machines, get them over from China, get them into the stores and sold through, it's been quite a heroic effort.
One of the things that I really liked, we talked about this before, but the play at home stuff that you did when the pandemic hit, a couple of games to sort of keep your fans entertained, I guess, while they were locked down, and then that's kept going, and you've done more and more and more, and I didn't realize it was still going.
Yeah, we did two waves. We it struck us as everybody was struggling with the first lockdown. We thought, this would be a nice thing to do. We were able to do it, and very happy with the reaction. And then we kind of got through Christmas and started lockdown again, and everybody was a bit kind of miserable. And we thought, this would be just a nice thing to reprise. And we did it again, spread over a period of actually a number of months. And actually now 60 million games have been downloaded as part of that. Wow. That activity, and we're just so happy to be able to do that for our community.
Oh wow! Is it done now? Are we...
Well, it depends if COVID's done. And then, I think we'll just see. It's one of those things. We'll see how the world evolves, and if lockdown, heaven forbid, if that should continue into 2022 and beyond, who knows? I mean, we might feel we have to do it again for the community. We'll just wait and see.
Well, I'll leave the present for a moment because I actually wanted to talk about your career, because I looked this up beforehand. There isn't that much information out there, really. I know that you've been at PlayStation since the beginning. And what did you do back then?
So I was hired in 1994, the year before the launch of the first PlayStation. And my assignment was to set up the PlayStation companies in continental Europe. So we had maybe 20 people in this building in London focused on the UK, but we had absolutely nothing in Europe. So I had to, my task was to go out. It was to find offices. It was to hire people, put systems and processes in place, get sales forces, organize distribution. And it started with Germany, and then it was France, Italy, Spain, Switzerland, Austria, Scandinavia. So it was a really tasking and challenging, but ultimately very fulfilling couple of years doing that.
Yeah, it must have been great. What do you remember from that time? I think, did you ever read somewhere that you were actually taking the furniture into the office?
Yeah, I took a lease on an office in Frankfurt, and we realized that there weren't any desks or chairs in there. So there wasn't much money lying around at that time, because we hadn't sold anything, so there was no cash. So we ended up going down to IKEA and buying the desks. And after that, trying to work out whether we had enough money to have somebody to pay somebody to assemble them, or whether we were going to have to do that ourselves. And actually, happily, given my skills as a handyman, we found the cash to have somebody assemble them, and those desks served us well for a number of years. Actually, I was quite proud of those desks. IKEA, I recommend it to anybody.
So, do you remember the first time you played PlayStation?
Yes, the first game, and you may or not remember this game, was actually Jumping Flash. Which was a platformer from our Japan studio. And I was kind of amazed and delighted at this thing sort of platforming, working in 3D. If you remember Jumping Flash, I'm impressed with you. I
remember. I never played it. I just remember the.
It was one of the launch titles. So that was the first one.
What did you go on to do from there then? So you set up all the European offices. Was it that sort of it?
Well, we did that, and that was obviously pretty all-consuming for a couple of years. And then after that, I ran the finance function for the European organization. The business was really regional in those days. There was a kind of fully self-contained European business, fully self-contained American business, and a fully self-contained Japanese business. And I ran finance for Europe. And then kind of went through the PS1 cycle, and then we got to PS2, which was a different experience.
Yeah, well, I bet it was. I was going to... Well, PS1 was obviously very successful anyway, but the PlayStation 2 is the most successful platform of all time.
It ended up being the most successful, but what people actually forget is that in Europe it was really difficult at the start. We're talking about 99, 2000, and European economies were in a mess, and there was no euro, so we had £299, we had 800 Deutschmarks, we had 2,100 French francs, 2,000 pesetas, 40,000 lira, all of this. So it was really messy and really difficult. And the US was going well, and Japan was going well, but we couldn't sell anything in Europe. And we actually, the leadership of which I was part, was summoned over to Tokyo to sit with Ken Kutaragi, the father of PlayStation. Yeah. And Ken is a sort of very imposing figure, sort of personally, but also at an industry level. And Ken sat us down and he just said, please change your inefficient business. So we kind of Ken, that's great advice. We'll go ahead and we'll do that. And so we returned, and we obviously we resolved to do better. And the rest is history, because Europe actually ended up the lead territory with PS2. And one of the things I'm proud about there is that we kind of pushed the envelope. We opened up markets that had never had any sort of gaming culture ever. The Middle East, people had never played video games before PlayStation in the Middle East. Russia, tiny gaming industry before PlayStation. Spain, very, very small gaming industry before PlayStation. And so we kind of really pushed the envelope geographically. And then also, one of the things that we concluded was trying to broaden the audience, and we had the social gaming phenomenon of SingStar and Buzz, which really kind of shifted the demographic to places again that we'd never been to before, and I don't think gaming had ever been to before.
No, and that continued with the Wii and the DS, and then it's sort of moved on to, I guess, mobile and smartphones.
And from there it went. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I was going to ask you gave me a great anecdote there. I was going to ask you about if there's what do you think the key moments were in those 27 years you've been at PlayStation? Or I guess I think a lot of us know what the key moments for PlayStation were, but maybe the key moments for you were, I guess, that moment with
that. Yeah, that was pretty formative and pretty character forming, actually. I think, I'd have to go back to the PS4 launch. We'd obviously struggled our way through PS3, which had a number of well-documented challenges, and I think we were were all kind of weary and exhausted. And I think the big moment was E3 in 2013, where I don't know if you were there or not, but it was that was a big moment, and we just kind of thought, wow, we can do this, and maybe PlayStation is back. So that was one, and then the other one would obviously be the PS5 launch last year, and a sort of odd, almost surreal series of events for all sorts of reasons. As I say, doing this launch from the dining room table in North London with colleagues, most of my colleagues on the west coast of America, many thousands of miles and 8 hours away, and the other colleagues in Japan, the same number of thousands of miles away, but in an opposite direction and opposite time zones. So I learned an awful lot from that.
Yeah. How to run a global company is the... It's interesting because you were setting up offices, you went to finance, and then you became head of Europe, PlayStation Europe. I remember that very well. And now you're in charge of the whole business. You've gone from being sort of behind the scenes to being quite public facing. How have you found that transition? I know it was a while ago now, but...
Yeah, I'm actually naturally quite a shy person, and I am fairly introverted. So public speaking is something that has never come naturally to me. But after a while, you forge relationships with people like you. I mean, we've seen each other a number of times. Always really enjoy that, and it's actually quite a fun part of the job now.
Yeah, I remember you sat next to me very briefly before your first Gamescom performance. You seemed a bit nervous.
I'd been, because Andrew House had been running Europe.
Yeah.
And then he was promoted back to go and run PlayStation, then based out of Tokyo. And I was kind of given that Gamescom with about 2 weeks' notice. So I was a little bit nervous. This one of the weird things though about the PS5 launch was that the equivalent events were all done digitally.
Yeah.
So I did it, I think probably in this room, 2 or 3 weeks before the launch, and then actually watched the launch event on TV at home with my family, which was, of many surreal events last year, that was probably the most surreal of the lot.
I did an awards event last week. Something similar happened. It's nice to have done the work and be able to relax. Be able to relax when you're about to do something big is strange.
Yeah, it is. But when you've got your children kind of laughing at you on the screen, that's kind of sobering.
Well, I'd be interested to know your answer to this, because I suspect everyone has a different answer, but someone who's been at PlayStation for 27 years, or I think that's right. In your mind, what is it? What is PlayStation? I mean, what do you think it represents? What makes it different? How would you describe it to someone?
I always bring us back to three things, and obviously the most important is the games, and we can get into that. But the second, and I think this is a phenomenon that kind of grows now with each year that passes, is this sense of community that people who enjoy PlayStation are able to participate in. And then third, our brand. PlayStation has always been cool. And I think one of the things that I enjoy most about these formative months of PlayStation 5 is that we're still right at the cutting edge of something that people really want to be associated with, and I think that's great.
I was going to ask then, what do you think makes the PS5 cool? I guess is the word used.
It is, first of all, the games, and you have to come back to that. I said this at the time, and I stand by it. The launch lineup of games was the best we've ever had, and I'd submit probably the best that any console platform has ever had at launch. I think the work that we've done since then with Returnal and with Ratchet and Clank, and actually the MLB The Show for the States, which is a fine game, and the pipeline of games that we have coming is just fantastic. It's by far the strongest that we've ever had for any of our consoles, and I can't wait to see these games starting to drop one after the other. Horizon, God of War, GT7. I think that is ultimately what defines us.
What are your games then? What are your, I guess, recent favourites?
My recent, but Ratchet and Clank. I love the game, and I think as a something that defines what PlayStation 5 is capable of doing, it's the first great example. And there's going to be many more that come come over months and years to come. But that you can look at that and say, wow, you could never do that on any other console.
I'm a big Ratchet and Clank fan myself, actually.
It's a beautiful game, and so great to have Insomniac now part of our family. And those guys have been knocking it out of the park, and they've been busy.
Yeah, they have, and they've got a couple more you announced the other day.
Yes.
That's quite exciting. Well, I guess the question now is what next? But I predict in the future, particularly in this industry, can be a fool's game, I think. There's lots of talk about streaming and cloud not streaming and subscriptions, VR and metaverses and all sorts. But what developments that are going on at the moment are exciting you the most?
When you stand back, I think one of the thing that really excites me the most is that gaming is becoming more ubiquitous, and that ubiquity increases. With every year, with each generation of consoles, you can see it. The gaming is appealing to an older demographic. Mm-hmm. It's appealing to a younger demographic. Gender parity increases with every year that passes. The depth of engagement of that community increases. And, at a geographic level, the number of people in markets that have never had any sort of gaming culture are starting to be able to access gaming. And I think that that phenomenon is so exciting in terms of what it means for people who make games, in terms of a massively expanding audience. And I sort of stand back, and this may have quite some time span attached to it, but I see no reason why gaming shouldn't be as ubiquitous as music, movies, or TV shows. And if you think about that, the implications of that for the people who make games and the people who play games are potentially really amazing and really powerful.
Does anything need to happen to accelerate that expansion, do you think, to help reach new people? Or is it just naturally happening?
I think it's largely will happen organically. Mm-hmm. The people like you who started off with PlayStation 1 in the 1990s, aged... I don't know what it was.
You don't know.
But people who were maybe 18 in 1995, those people are now in their mid to late 40s.
Yeah.
And so many of them are still with us, and that will continue. Those people are going to carry on playing games, different sorts of games, different play patterns. But so that the passage of time is going to organically assist that ubiquity. And one of the things that I like about what we're doing is that we appear to be resonating extremely well with a very young audience at the same time, which is one of the reasons that I am really positive about PlayStation 5. But this isn't just a PlayStation phenomenon. It's an entertainment phenomenon. I also think technology will help, and I think this is an area where we are particularly well placed to enjoy, because I think as each generation of technology comes along, processing power increases, graphics power increases, which are, in the abstract, absolutely meaningless. But to the extent that they empower the art of storytelling, they empower the ability to portray character, to portray emotion, to portray personality, particularly the high-end gaming experiences are going to become more and more lifelike. They're going to become richer, more emotionally engaging. And I think that will lead to an increasing convergence with other forms of entertainment, particularly cinema, and I think that will accelerate this process of ubiquity.
I guess the pandemic also accelerated things a little bit, didn't it, as well?
It certainly did. Yeah. Yes, we've spoken about Play at Home, which was very instrumental in helping secure the engagement of the community. But every gaming company, by and large, experienced considerable interest in the games that they were making, and some of that will persist. And we welcome it, and we're happy to try and give these people as many games to play as we possibly can.
It's nice as well that games isn't quite, there's still people that don't trust it, older perhaps generations that aren't so used to it. So it's nice to see it sort of become accepted a bit. That's what I feel has happened. I'm wary I've taken probably way too much of your time. So I'm going to ask one final question. You kind of may have answered it just a moment ago, which is that with all the things that are sort of happening with PS5 and actually no, just generally about the future of video games, what do you hope will happen in the future? What is your hopes for the future?
I hope I hope the PlayStation 5, and I really believe the PlayStation 5 will be Sony's biggest and best and most loved PlayStation yet. I hope that will happen. I'd also like to see a world where the games that we make at PlayStation can be enjoyed by many tens of millions of people, perhaps hundreds of millions of people. Because right now, success with the existing console model, a really great PlayStation hit, you're talking 10 or 20 million people able to play that game. And if you compare that, and we're talking about games stacking up against music, we're talking about games stacking up against movies. Music and movies, they can be enjoyed by almost limitless audiences. And I think some of the art that our studios are making is some of the finest entertainment that's been made anywhere in the world. And to kind of gate the audience for the wonderful art, the wonderful entertainment these studios are making, to gate the audience for that at 20 or 30 million frustrates me. And I'd love to see a world where hundreds of millions of people can enjoy those games.
Well, I would too. Understand why we do what we do, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Jim. It's a pleasure to talk to you, as it always is. And thank you, everyone who's watching. That's it for GI Live today. We'll be back tomorrow with Warner Music, who are going to be talking to us about, oddly, the convergence of music in the games industry. But yeah, until then, have a good one.